Budget Committee meeting on February the 22nd, 2023. I will now call on the Regional Clerk, Will Short, to perform the roll call. Will.
Thank you. Chair Redman.
Present.
Councillor Craig.
Present.
Councillor Deutschman.
Present.
Councillor Erb.
Present.
Councillor Foxton.
Present.
Councillor Harris.
Present.
Councillor Hunig.
Present.
Councillor James.
Present.
Councillor Liggett. Councillor McCabe.
Present.
Councillor Nowak. Councillor Solonen.
Present.
Councillor Shantz. Councillor Verbanovic. Councillor Williams. Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Thank you, Chair.
I would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gathered today is a traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements and their contributions to our community. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Wolf.
If we come to the airport in the capital budget, I would have to declare.
Declare. All right, so noted. I will now call on Regional Chair Redman to make some opening remarks. Chair Redman.
Thank you very much, Chair Harris. Today is Pink Shirt Day across Canada, a day to stand up against bullying, be kind, and lift each other up. This day is a testament to the impact of individuals and particularly youth. Pink Shirt Day began as an act of solidarity amongst Nova Scotian teenagers who wanted to stand up to the bullying of a classmate. This is a reminder that we have a role to play through our empathy, compassion, and through leading by example when it comes to taking a stand against bullying. Thank you to all the students and educators working across our region to put an end to bullying and promote Pink Shirt Day. This is also the anniversary of the war in Ukraine. This month also marks the anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Waterloo region is home to a significant and involved Ukrainian community that has settled here over decades, often escaping war or famine. We think of refugees, neighbors, and family members impacted by the violence and reaffirm our support for them. Thank you to the many local organizations who continue to provide aid and support at home and abroad, as well as the local groups who continue to advance peace and conflict resolution around the world. A thank you as well to the many community partners like Immigration Partnership, Reception House, and Lutherwood, who help to welcome and settle immigrants and refugees in our community on a daily and yearly basis, whether they flee conflict, escape the earthquakes we see in places like Turkey and Syria, are coming to our country looking for a better life. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair Redman. And I'd like to thank you, to my council colleagues, staff, and all the residents that have, of course, provided input into this budget as we embark on a budget day here in this cold February day. While I know obviously this hasn't been an easy process, we all have a shared and common purpose to serve this community. As someone who has been around the horseshoe for a few budgets now, I am confident in saying that this is one unlike any other I've seen. We have heard loud and clear from residents how important it is for us to carefully consider how to balance affordability with providing those essential services. This is not simple This is not simple to do and has been evident as we have completed detailed budget reviews of essential services like transit, paramedic services, housing and homelessness, water and wastewater, waste management, and more. The good news is this is only the beginning of our 4-year term together. We have a lot of opportunity ahead of us with many decisions that will be made through the master plan, the strategic plan, and through the course of the year. Today is an important first step together, and I'm looking forward to it. We have a long day today scheduled, so we would like to, of course, keep things moving. If there are questions of staff on an issue, you will be allowed one question, and of course, one follow-up. But today is our day to make decisions, so I will ask the committee to put motions on the floor and keep our discussion focused, in fact, on those motions. When we are debating motions, our procedure bylaw limits everyone to 5 minutes on the issue. If you have motions or amendments that you are planning to make, please send the wording to the clerk so that we can put the text on the screen for everyone here to see clearly. We will, of course, take a couple breaks when that makes sense. I'll be calling for a brief lunch break shortly after 1 p.m. and another one around 4. And with that, I would like to now call upon Bruce Lauckner, Chief Administrative Officer, to kick off today's presentation. Bruce.
Great, thanks, Chair Harris. Wow, Budget Day 2023. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge all the work that's gone into getting us to today, both by staff, by council, and also acknowledge the many residents and community who provided input to this process over the last many months, including delegating here at council. Only a few short months ago, we gathered here in the chambers for the inaugural meeting of this council. So think about it, 90 days later, you're here considering your first budget of this new council term. There are a number of materials that have been prepared to support the discussion today. Commissioner Dyer sent those out in advance, and he'll be sure to keep us on track throughout the morning. I wanted to start by going back to the why. We live in an incredible community that I am really incredibly proud to call my home. It's where I raised my family, and I know you are all very proud to call this your home as well. As councillors, we also know that you have the great responsibility of listening to residents and working to meet their needs every single day, and the great opportunity of making decisions that will shape the future of this community tomorrow. To me, that's what building world class is all about, a place where every single person can thrive today, tomorrow, and into the future. There are so many elements that make up a world-class community, and that's what makes your role so exciting, and I would say also so challenging. We've talked a lot, and Chair Harris referenced this, about the many essential services that regional staff provide to support our community, whether it's making sure we have safe drinking water, helping people get to where they want to on trails, on roads, and transit, making sure that in an emergency a paramedic is available to provide that life-saving care, or that child who needs a vaccination can get one easily. And as we talked about, and Chair Harris again, at the risk of repeating, this is a year like no other. Balancing affordability, balancing inflation, dealing with skyrocketing fuel costs and so on, while trying to provide those essential services has been nothing short of an incredible challenge. We really have enjoyed the conversations around this table the last number of months. As staff, we brought forward possible options to address pressures in this rapidly growing community and other options to help manage rising costs. The rich dialogue that you've had, the discussion and direction that you've given us has been incredibly helpful in shaping the draft budget before you today, all while trying to balance and deal with those guiding principles that you set back in November. I want to emphasize that what we heard from you is that we need to do more to address the housing crisis in our community, and even more to help those experiencing homelessness. We've heard loud and clear that safety on regional roads is a real concern for residents, and that we need to accelerate our work on automated speed enforcement, as well as many other ways to tackle this growing concern. We've heard that we need to continue to address inequalities and our support for community, particularly for grassroots organizations that do so much to help those facing the greatest barriers to accessing service. We've heard that we need to expand access to transit and look at how we can improve affordability while also improving the rider experience. We've heard how important active transportation is and how we need to make sure we're taking concrete action to combat climate change. We've heard how important it is that we continue to work to improve the way we deliver services and the way we engage residents in how we deliver on those services. And last but not least, we've heard loud and clear how important our rural and urban ways of life are to everyone in this community. This draft plan and budget for 2023 reflects many of the things that we've heard from you and from residents across our communities. There are also a number of important needs and ideas that you raised that you want more discussion on, and that will happen either through the strategic planning process, and I know you need a break, but that's going to start in a few weeks, and also through the updated master plans in the coming months. I know it hasn't been easy to get here. I know you still have a lot of hard work to do and decisions to make today. Over the last number of meetings, we've looked at various portions of the draft regional budget, and today we're going to finally look at it in its entirety. A $1.2 billion investment in our growing community, providing the essential services that residents rely on today, investing in upstream programs and many upstream programs and services that will support our community in the future. And with that, I'll turn it over to Craig to dive into the numbers and help facilitate the remainder of the day. Craig, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Lauckner, and welcome to Budget Committee today to final budget day. I'm going to have a very brief introduction to go through, mainly to make sure I kind of set the stage properly in terms of the current status of the region's budget, and then we'll move right into the order of business of today, which Chair Harris will guide you through. So first of all, in terms of our current position, the budget, as you may recall, was originally tabled back on January 18th with a tax levy for regional services, and I'm speaking right now about the figures that exclude the police services. We'll add those back in shortly. A levy of just over $469 million, which represented a 9.23% tax increase. There's been one amendment approved to that budget to date, approved by the Community and Health Services Committee back on February 7th, and that was to add the $1.2 million for the housing stability system. That took the 9.23% and brought it to the 9.51%, which is your starting point for today. And one of the items that you'll go through today is a consideration of that amendment to the budget to add the $1.2 million. And so overall, lots of numbers on this page. I'm showing it here now because as we go through, as Budget Committee works through its business today, we'll be keeping track of any and all amendments to the budget. And periodically, if it's helpful, we can show you at any given time where we're at, and certainly when we get to the portion of the meeting where the amended budget motion is approved, we'll have a very clear set of figures for you to look at. You can see down on the bottom row, you can see that 9.51%, so that's for the region's portion of the tax bill. The police budget currently sitting at 7.22%. And when we take the weighted average of those two percentages, we get our current position, which is overall an 8.78% increase, which represents about $54 for every $100,000 of assessed residential property value. So using our traditional typical residence in the area of $354,000, it works out right now to about a $192 increase year over year, all taking into account assessment growth from last year, excuse me, at 1.99%. So again, we'll keep this updated as we go along throughout the course of the day. So this is just a different visual way of showing our current position, a slide that we've showed, I think, a few times through the process right now. You can see the region's portion on the top. Again, we're talking about 54% of the overall residential property tax bill. The region's portion sitting at the 9.5% increase, police at 7.2%, and then overall the 8.8%. I was debating and we were talking as staff the other week about how to best describe to council how the region's property tax levy worked. And it seemed important that we go through a bit of an explanation today about area rating. And the reason for that is when we talk about the 8.8%, that is purely an average, right? And it's an average of different impacts in different communities because, and that happens because the region's levy is apportioned in different ways for different services. So right now, the current position of the region's 2023 budget is a $684 million property tax levy. And when we look at how that's broken down, that $684 million gets allocated in a few different ways. And that's because we treat transit and library different from all other services. So if we work from left to right, just bear with me for a minute as we work through the slide. I just want to work through it from left to right to explain why we end up with different percentage increases in different municipalities. And it all starts with the general levy. So for every service, with the exception of transit and library, the region's tax levy is allocated across the entire assessment base of the region in an equal and equivalent way. So every property taxpayer in the region will pay a similar rate for the general levy. And this covers, again, all services with the exception of library and transit. And then we have a series of what we refer to as area municipality-specific levies. So for example, we take the urban conventional transit system, and the levy requirement for public transit is levied across the 3 cities because that's where the service is being provided. We then take the route, the conventional transit route that goes to, or routes that go to Woolwich, and we assess a portion of those costs to the taxpayers in Woolwich. And we do the same in Wilmot for the route that goes to Wilmot. And then we have what we refer to as a rural mobility transit levy because we have different mobility service in the 3 cities than we do in the 4 townships. And so we take all the costs associated with rural mobility service and they are allocated across the 4 townships. And then in a similar way, we have the library levy because the cities provide library services within their jurisdiction. The region provides library services in the townships. And so the cost of that service is assessed across the 4 townships. And so what's happening, and as you can see by the numbers on the slide, different portions of the levy are impacted to varying degrees, depending on the cost and revenue pressures that we're seeing in each of them. And so what that leads us to is the numbers that you see across the bottom. And so what I've done is I've taken the previous slide and then applied it to each of those components, and we're just going to work through the 2 lines across the bottom. And if you see this, so the second one from the bottom refers to tax impact percentage net of assessment growth. This is on a regional average, the 8.8% that we just spoke about. How that actually plays out is, at this point in time, 8.6% across the 3 cities, and then a varying range of percentages in the townships depending on how those individual portions of the levy are being impacted. So you can see rural mobility service and library services are spread across all 4 townships equally, but the conventional routes to Wilmot and Woolwich are done on a municipality-specific basis. And so we get increases from a percentage perspective of between 9.5% and 10%. Interestingly, though, this is how percentages work, unfortunately. From a dollar perspective, the dollar impact in the townships is slightly less than the dollar impact in the cities. So a bit confusing, a bit awkward, but we felt that it was important that council see these impacts. We'll be tracking these again as we go through the course of the day today. And then I would say our follow-up report to the budget approval is the annual tax policy and tax rate setting exercise. That will happen in April, and we'll go through this again in more detail at that time so that it's very clear for everyone on council how each of the municipalities is affected by the region's budget. So overall, when we look at the entirety of the property tax budget, upper tier, lower tier, and education, based on the region's budget as it currently stands, based on the lower tier budgets as approved, or I think just in one case, an estimate of the budget increase for 2023, and taking into account that the education tax rate is not changing. Education tax rate, of course, is set by the province each year, and that is not changing in 2023. The overall position for regional taxpayers would be in the range of 6.5%. And that's because the region's piece is going up by about 8.8%, and that represents about 54% of the tax bill. The lower tier, there's a range of tax increases across the lower tiers, and we've done a weighted average of those numbers. And then the education component, unchanged from 2022, And again, so that results in about a 6.5% increase overall on the entire property tax bill. We'll keep this updated as Budget Committee works through its business today. And just a reminder, with respect to property taxes in Waterloo Region as they compare to other municipalities, back in December, I believe, we showed you information from the 2021 BMA study, which is a study of municipal property taxes across the province. We've since received an update based on 2022. You can see the region of Waterloo on the left, again, continuing to be at a lower level than most of our regional and single-tier peers across the province. And just a reminder for council as well, in terms of the budget and what got us to the level we are at today. The budget includes $9 million of efficiencies and reductions that were found across a wide range of expenditure and revenue line items. That $9 million is in addition to the $11.5 million that was found in 2022, and in addition to the $15.4 million that was found in the 2021 budget. This is an exercise that we go through every year in order to ensure that the budget we bring forward identifies as many efficiencies and cost savings as possible. This is a reminder of a slide I showed, I can't remember, I think it was maybe back in January. This shows the difference, this shows why Ontario municipalities are different and different from other municipalities across the province. We have a relatively long list of services that in Ontario are funded in part by the property tax, whereas in most other provinces, these would be funded by provincial revenues. And this is everything from, I think most significantly, housing and homelessness, as well as seniors, children's services, public health programs, employment and income support administration. In total, this is $148 million. That is part of the region's property tax levy that, again, in most other provinces would be part of provincial revenues. And no more so important than with respect to our homelessness program funding. Just a quick comparison here of how the region's investment in homelessness programs has changed from 2018, where it was largely dependent on provincial and federal revenues. You can see the significant component now of the property tax levy in 2023, and be mindful that we've used about $7.5 million of one-time provincial funding in order to mitigate this increase in 2023. And in the absence of additional funding from the province, when we get to the 2024 budget, that $7.5 million will need to be replaced by additional levy funding to continue with the programs that are included in the 2023 budget. And then finally, just a quick update on staffing resources and FTEs. We've had I think a fairly significant number of service expansions over the course of the last year, and service level expansion always needs people to deliver it. So whether it's the crews in our paramedic services area, public transit operators, the supports that are needed for those experiencing homelessness, the senior services supports expansion. This is largely funded by additional provincial revenues, some additional resources with respect to the implementation of a digital strategy, which will in the future drive additional efficiencies and staff capacity to deliver service, as well as supports for employee health and wellness. Overall, we have an increase in FTEs of 14 year over year, 2023 as compared to 2022, which also takes into account that there was a number of temporary positions related to COVID that were funded by the province that have been removed from the budget in 2023. And so with that, Mr. Chair, a slide that outlines the order of business for today, which will start with the introduction of the main budget motion and will take us through a series of items that have been either referred or deferred to this committee, and then certainly an opportunity for council to bring forward other motions with respect to the budget. So with that, I'll turn it back to the chair for the introduction of the main budget motion. Thank you.
We do have a question, if you don't mind, Mr. Dyer. Councillor Foxon.
Thank you, and through the chair. So, Craig, if I may, over the years, we've always done the budget amounts based upon the average house home. So it was about $354,000. Now we're doing it on $100,000. And I didn't notice that till the other day, so I need to make sure that all of us are aware. It's not on the average price of a home, but actually on the $100,000. So in actual fact, if I took an average of about $50 per home, it actually is about $350, $360 per year, which is about, I've been looking at the math, it's about $13 per month. If the police budget is $55, that's also on $100,000?
Through you, Mr. Chair, maybe it would be easier if, maybe I could provide a clearer answer if we just go back to one of the earlier slides. Maybe near the start of the presentation. Just make sure. No, it's a good question, and it's important that that everyone understand where we're at. Let's go to this one. Thank you so much. So right now, okay, so we have the two components of the region's tax bill: region and police. Region sitting at 9.5%, police sitting at 7.2%, weighted average about 8.8%. That represents $54 for every $100,000 of residential assessment. So a typical residential assessment of $354,000 means that there's an increase of about $192 in total. And if we go to the next slide, we'll maybe see that a little more clearly. Right, so here we have, as it stands right now, a $142 increase for regional services and a $50 increase for police services. And now I see the disconnect. This slide is based on the average household. The previous slide was based on the per 100,000. My apologies for that.
No apologies.
Yeah, so, and it's important though, and as we go through the day, we can relay the numbers in both forms. We'll make it clear where we are at in terms of every $100,000 of assessment, and we can relate that to a typical residential property as well.
So if I may then, the total increase to your tax bill is approximately or just under $20 a month. Total from the region's perspective? Yes.
$16,
Please.
$16 a month.
$16 a month, thank you.
Yep.
I think that's an important thing for people to realize. Other numbers seem big, but when you think $16 a month, okay, thank you.
Councillor Verbanovic.
Hi there. Thanks, Chair Harris. Just a couple questions. First of all, Mr. Dyer, you end up referencing later in your presentation, you took the region, but also then, I guess, took an average of the lower tier taxes to basically, I guess, lower the overall number. And that's not something that we normally do. Like we look at these individually. Is that not correct? Not this one. It was a later slide.
Yeah, if we can go one more. Right. So I think Councillor Verbanovic, this is the slide you were referring to. So yes. We thought it would be helpful, given so for a couple of reasons. One, we acknowledge that the increase that's being considered by Budget Committee today is certainly higher than ones that that committee has dealt with in the past. We also recognize that there's a range of impacts at the lower tier level. And also the recent announcement from the province that the education taxes are staying the same. it seemed appropriate to show to council the bigger picture of the total property tax bill that a typical resident in Waterloo Region would be experiencing, recognizing, as I said earlier, that these are averages and there are limitations to the use of averages. So the region's number is certainly an average of the impacts that I showed earlier from an area rating perspective, and the lower tier numbers are a weighted average based on the budgets that have been approved to date and are still being contemplated.
So what exactly do you mean by weighted average? I guess, I'm specifically getting at, there's some municipalities that were in the 4% range in terms of increases. There's others that were in the double digit. And so how did you calculate that lower tier rate?
Yep, through you, Mr. Chair. So we did the calculation based on using a weighted average, using the area municipalities' percentage of the overall amount of assessment. A straight average just didn't seem to make sense to us, given the significant differences in terms of the amount of assessment in the various municipalities. We wanted to find some way of calculating what an average might look like. So it seemed that using a percentage of the total assessment base was a reasonable proxy for us to use, and that was the methodology that we chose.
Okay, so yeah, I think as members of council, we'll have to evaluate, how we factor that into the regional rate, which is what we're responsible for here at the region. Because hypothetically, you can then start bringing in, Rogers Cable, telephone bills, which are also relevant to a household, but not something that we directly or indirectly control. Okay, those are all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
We have one from Councillor Shantz.
Thank you, and apologies for not catching this earlier and dealing with it, but we had a bit of a communication back and forth on the rural mobility transit levy and the increase there. And I've been in conversation with Kiwanis Transit, and I have some questions about the numbers that were provided in terms of what represents what. I don't know if you want to deal with that here or if we can deal with it on the side at some point before everything's finalized.
So I think whatever is the preference of the committee, I would just as a reminder though, the exercise for today will be to approve the budget and service levels, and we will be coming back with the final calculations of the area rating and the tax rates, which will come back in April. But from a staff perspective, yes, certainly happy to walk through that with you at any time.
Okay, because I would say from talking to Kiwanis Transit, we understand the $185,000 increase. We don't understand the $421,000 increase that's also included in there. So
through Mr. Chair, so my understanding is that the increase from a mobility transit perspective was partly related to let's say, cost escalation that we've been experiencing across all areas, as well as an increase in, I'd say, the number of service hours, for lack of a better term. I think we were budgeting at about 75% of pre-COVID levels in 2022, and that's been increased to about 90% of pre-COVID levels in 2023.
So from talking to our manager there, the 185 accounted for both of those increases. So I'm a little, I don't understand where the other amount comes from, and neither does she. So I think we need to deal with that in the context of this budget, however we can settle that.
Back to Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through the chair, I have to agree with Mayor Shantz. Our Mobility Cost Plus bill was $454,000, and our expenditure was $42,000. So that's a huge gap, and I think we definitely have to look at this as to why, because providing the service ourselves would save us hundreds of thousands of dollars. Thank you.
With that, I believe we'll get the main budget motion up on the screen, and I will ask for a mover and a seconder, so then we can then go back and resume our presentation. So if you want to have a look at... Okay. We put the main budget motion up on the screen. We will now call on a mover and a seconder on the main budget motion so that we can get it on actually onto the floor. And then we'll turn the presentation back over to staff to consider the issues that have been referred to this committee and any possible amendments to the main motion. So if you want to have a read through, ask for a mover and a seconder, and then we let the games begin. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor McCabe. And we will now resume the presentation, I believe. Oh, I guess we have a question. We have a question. I don't know if it's a new one from Councillor Shantz. Is it a new count? No, over to Councillor Craig. Councillor Craig, over to you. Yep.
No, just a quick question. So we're putting this on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Are we approving it immediately, or are we going to go through the afternoon and then approve it after all the amendments? Just so I understand where we're heading here.
Go ahead, Mr. Craig. Or Mr. Dyer. You're Mr. Craig.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Over to Mr. Dyer.
I think we need.
Darryl on the other to Darryl?
My mother's last name is Craig, if you want to confuse things a little bit, so. Through the chair, the latter, definitely. The motion gets moved and seconded to be put on the floor, essentially, and then committee will work through a series of motions and recommendations that may or may not amend the budget. We'll track all of those amendments. When all of the debate is done, we'll put a main budget motion as amended back up on the screen, and then you will vote.
I don't see any further questions, so we'll carry on with the presentations.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first two items for the committee to consider today are items that were approved at standing committees on February 7th and referred to Budget Committee. And so from a procedural perspective, it would be appropriate for this committee to either adopt or amend or reject the motions that have been sent its way. If we move to the next slide. The first item is the transit service hour report. So this was a series of staff recommendations that came forward to Planning and Works Committee on the 7th. They were approved by the Planning and Works Committee, forwarded to Budget Committee, and it would be appropriate at this time for the committee to take action, which would involve either a motion to adopt or some alternate motion.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Just a question of process then. Is this the appropriate place to deal with the rural mobility question?
So through Mr. Chair, I would suggest that the most appropriate place to deal with the rural mobility would likely be during the councillor motion section later on.
Okay.
And it's probably best to keep that separate from this.
Thank you.
Councillor Huenick, did you want, Councillor Huenick, I believe you wanted to get in on this one.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, as I understand it, currently the pilot project to Breslau is exclusive to conventional transit. And so I would like to put a motion on the floor that staff be directed to, in the upcoming Mobility Plus business plan, review the option of allowing specialized mobility service between rural areas and municipalities for the purposes of equity between residents of Waterloo Region with and without disabilities. Can we put that on the screen so that others can see it, just in case I didn't read it clearly?
I believe we'll deal with this. This is an amendment, or it's a separate motion, actually. So for everyone, that staff be directed to consider in the upcoming Mobility Plus business plan review the option of allowing for specialized mobility service between urban and rural municipalities. So do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor McCabe. Any discussion? I believe Councillor McCabe. Oh, okay. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I would like to ensure that both mobility providers are included in those discussions. We've had those discussions sort of on our radar, and we actually do provide some service in between the two areas. So I just want to ensure that both mobility providers are have a good voice at that table when that happens.
I see Matthew's nodding his head, so. Councillor Huenick, do you have any further discussion on this motion?
This is not only a matter of equity, but ensuring AODA compliance as well. If we have pilot projects that involve general transit, it needs to also be inclusive of specialized transit.
Okay, we have a mover and a seconder. I don't see any other discussion. Oh, Councillor Foxon? Oh, it is seconded by Councillor McCabe, so we'll go to a vote if we want to get the e-scribe thing up. Be patient on that. They'll get that up for everybody.
I almost said no. Thanks.
And that is carried. Thank you. I believe. Yep, it's carried. Back to the presentation.
I can't
Are we?
check messages
Second.
now. Let me know when you're here. Here.
Yeah, we've got another. Oh, it's the same. Right. Okay, so we'll need a mover and a seconder for our motion that's up on the screen currently.
Which motion is this? I gotta. Go.
We'll give everybody a minute to have a read over if there's any discussion, and I guess in the meantime, Councillor McCabe.
I'm happy to move it if you'd like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Huenick?
My vote is yes, but I need to leave briefly. So
No, sure. We got, we'll get it all the time you need.
That would be great, but I have to go meet a piece. Briefly, but I'll be back.
Councillor Verbanovic?
No, I was just seconding it, but you already have a
well,
second.
we don't have a seconder, so moved by Councillor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Verbanovic. So I don't have any other folks that would like to speak to this one as of right now, so if we're prepared to put up a vote on this now, if you want.
Mr. Chair, just a quick point of order. With all of these being e-scribe votes, are they being considered recorded votes? Because that way I think it's good for the public record if they all are.
Can I ask a question of clarification?
So, Councillor Verbanovic, if you would like every vote to be a recorded vote, we can treat them like a recorded vote if that's the request for today.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea that way, everyone's intentions are clear and the public knows how people voted at the end.
Okay, duly noted.
So we will have a recorded vote for any votes that are taking place today. Was there a question over on this side, Councillor Wolf? Yep, go ahead. And then I come back over here.
Okay. I guess I have two things. One, our area rate and tax rate are based on service received. Is that true? Is that what I'm catching from the townships? They're paying in terms of their service received, supposedly? I'm not sure who's answering. Not with Mobility Plus, but with the other services. I guess my point would be, if it's service received, then I would move that Cambridge be exempt from operating fees for the LRT.
So,
different motion?
So
that would be a different motion. All right. In terms of this motion, I see that which is not up anymore, Cambridge is getting an expanded bus service. And could I have more information about that in terms of, I'm hoping it's really expanded for Cambridge, since we really don't have access to the LRT and that whole part of our transit system. So could we hear more about that in that motion?
So through the chair, I believe in the February 7th staff report, there was a brief outline of the planned service expansions for 2023. If there's additional information that the councillor may require, some more details, I'm sure that can be provided by regional staff.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to say is that when I look at the way that our taxes for our transportation system, frankly, I don't think they're equitable. In this budget, we're paying $135 million for a transit hub in Kitchener. We're looking at two-way, all-way go, also in Kitchener-Waterloo. I see we are going to look at GO train for possibly from Cambridge to Guelph. But right now, we're looking at least 20 years away for LRT service in Cambridge. We paid for the construction. We're paying the operating costs. But frankly, not that many people in Cambridge use that LRT that goes from Kitchener to Waterloo. So I'm hoping that in this budget and in this plan, we're seeing that Cambridge is going to get an amazing bus service. Otherwise, I think, to go back to my constituents, I would, it's difficult to say that this is good value for our money. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Wolf, I'll ask Mr. Dyer to chime in. I think we perhaps are straying a little bit with regards to this exact motion, and that's more of a tax policy type issue. But perhaps Mr. Dyer wants to summarize his feelings on that.
Thanks to the chair. So I think that is the issue. The decisions for council today are about budget and service level. We will be bringing back to the Administration Finance Committee in April, as we do every year, an annual tax policy report. There are certain decisions that this council needs to make with respect to the tax rates and ratios for different properties. That report can also include maybe a bit more of a detailed overview of area rating and how it works. And that would probably be a more appropriate time to discuss the potential motion that you're considering.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. My question about this motion was, I thought what we talked about on February 7th also included a 2.5% fare increase. Was that in a separate, is that coming separately? And then as well as the increase to the affordable transit program, is that coming separately? Okay, okay,
Dyer.
thank you. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, definitely coming separately. You're a couple of slides ahead of us.
Okay, okay.
Councillor Williams.
I just wanted to voice my support for Mayor Verbanovic's suggestion of recording all the votes for transparency. I think that's really important for our constituents to know who is actually voting for what items.
Well, perhaps I'll ask the clerk. I know Councillor Craig's up next, but now that this has been asked, I'll let Will speak to this.
Yeah, so just for council, for clarification, there's two ways that we can do this. In eScribe, there's a feature where we can click that every single one of them is a recorded vote, which automatically then displays in the minutes at the end of the meeting. I think that's the preferred option rather than me going through a roll call on every single one of the recorded votes. Yeah, okay. We'll make sure that feature is turned on.
I see the thumbs up from Councillor Verbanovic, so we'll utilize technology to keep things moving while achieving that goal of transparency. Councillor Craig.
Well, Mr. Chair, I want to couple on to Councillor Wolf's comments with regards to area rating and the differences in the municipalities in terms of what kind of service levels we get. I think that's a very important factor, and it's something, as Councillor Wolf says, that we have to explain to our constituents. So this may be coming back in April, but it's not that this is new ground. I've in fact raised this a number of years ago when it was decidedly turned down that Cambridge would get a break on area rating, and I thought that was most unfortunate at the time. But I think that Councillor Wolf, and I don't want this to fall into the background somewhere, it's like the issue around delegations when you only have 2 out of 32 delegations, only 2 are from Cambridge, which in itself is a message for all of this council that are listening. So I just want to make sure it's not lost, okay? Thank you.
Noted. Councillor Verbanovic.
Thanks very much. And, I certainly appreciate the comments of my colleagues. I would say that there are, various services that exist within the region that we have worked collaboratively on over the 50-year history of the region. And at times they've seen different levels of investments in different communities, but we didn't area rate those. So, after the floods, for example, that happened in Cambridge and millions of dollars that were spent on building the dikes, that obviously was still something that was funded by the entire region, in my belief, as it should be. The airport, is in Woolwich. We're not going to area rate, in my view, the airport for the purpose of Woolwich exclusively. And similarly, I'm not sure where the 20-year time frame came for the LRT going down to Cambridge. That's certainly not what my expectations are of funding from the provincial and federal government. And I think we need to focus on making sure that continues to move forward in a timely manner. And that's certainly something that I remain committed to, based on the decisions that were made by councils before me in terms of building the LRT.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Verbanovic. I have no further speakers at this time, so we'll ask that motion be put back up for council's consideration, and we will likely then go to a vote on that. Correct. So we'll get the motion back up. I'll give everyone a minute or so to have a reread, and we will get eScribe up and we'll vote. So if there are any councillors that are challenged by the e-scribe voting process, just hand up and we'll ensure that we get you looked after, or we'll transcribe into e-scribe on your behalf. Yep. Yep, okay, I'll pass it over to Mr. Dyer on the next presentation.
Thank you to the chair. So the second motion that was approved and referred, or forwarded rather, to Budget Committee came from the Community and Health Services Committee, also on February 7th, and this was the motion to amend the preliminary homelessness budget by adding $1.2 million to accommodate requests that serve the housing stability system, with a further recommendation to annualize to $1.8 million in 2024, and direction to staff to report back to committee with recommendations on how the funding would be allocated. And this was all coming out of the report that staff submitted on February the 7th. Again, an action required by this committee today would be a motion to adopt or an alternate motion if committee sees fit. Thank you.
So I will ask for a mover, and moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Erb. A motion is on the floor. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. So I'm sorry, Craig, I can remember what the 1.8 was for, but I can't remember what the 1.2 was for. Can you remind me, please? Or is it the same thing, broken in two areas?
Mr.
Yes,
Dyer.
but what encompasses the 1.2?
Just jump right in.
So my understanding, Mr. Chair, of the motion was that it's $1.2 million approved in 2023 and annualized to $1.8 million in 2024 to accommodate and to provide essentially a granting program, if you will, for community agencies that serve the housing stability system. So 1.2 million this year, 1.8 next year, and going forward.
So we don't know exactly what the 1.2 is going for. And 1.8 next year, is that a definite, or we can still work on that? See, because those items that we got on that were from an accumulation over a year. We don't know how many of those were already taken care of, how many of those are just a wish list, and how many of those are real.
Right. So as I understand it, staff will be reporting back with recommendations with respect to the use of the 1.2 million this year. I would say that in future years, everything is subject to budget approval in the future, and if council in 2024 chooses a different number at that time, then that's absolutely within within Budget Committee's right to do so.
Thank you.
So for clarity purposes, although these motions and so forth were included in our package, I will read that out for everyone, and it can allow some time to think about where we're headed. And I know we've got a group of speakers, so we'll get to those. That the Regional Municipality of Waterloo amend the preliminary 2023 homelessness operating budget by adding $1.2 million to accommodate requests from community agencies that serve the housing stability system, and that $1.2 million be implemented as an annualized budget amount in 2023, and the $1.8 million implemented in 2024 budget, and that staff report back to committee with funding recommendations following further review and due diligence by staff, as outlined in the report. Chair Redman.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I am having a real problem wrestling with this one. I don't think we could ever put enough money to fill the gap. So I guess I would, through you to Mr. Sweeney, ask, there was a certain number of delegations that came forward, and I'm sure that my colleagues around the Horseshoe have also heard that people felt they missed the boat if they didn't start showing up to delegate because they wanted to get their place in the queue. Is it possible, Peter, to talk about how much money, and I don't know if this is a Craig question, that is already in this bucket, and how many unmet needs are already there? Because it just strikes me that this felt like something that was good to do, but may have been, although well-intended, ill-directed.
Mr. Sweeney.
Through you, Chair. Chair Redman, I'll try to, I might need to go back to you, just to clarify to make sure I'm answering all your questions specifically. So the first question was approximately how much is already in this bucket. It's about $40 million, the housing stability system. So that is the bucket of funding that would be spent on or invested in with our partners who are providing this type of support. None of the requests that came before you a month ago in that list of 1.8 are in that. So your second part of your question was addressing the needs, I would say, given the current environment and the conversations I've been having with community partners, there's never enough to do this work. But to be specifically clear, without this motion, there is not room in the current budget, the current $40 million allotment, to accommodate any of those requests. Does that answer your question?
It partly, and how many requests were, requests that were refused did not result in a delegation? Do you have any idea how many people, partners we had to say no to?
So I'm going from memory. There were approximately 16 requests from about a dozen agencies, because I believe 3 or 4 of them were from a single agency. And my recollection is that we had 2 delegates of that list.
And I guess, colleagues, from my perspective, I won't support this, not because I don't recognize that there's a need, but I also know that when there are gaps and we expand to fill them, then we are the entity that eventually has to say no. And just to underscore that the 1.2 million this year is baked into the base next year, unless we make a different decision, and that would be 1.8. So really value our partners, value the work they do, and how we have entered into being innovative to meeting these needs. But as I said, I think this was well intended, but not the direction we need to go in.
Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And so I guess I partially agree with Chair Redman on this issue. I think there's a couple things that I think are most relevant here. As we look at that list, and we reflected on it and reflected on the delegations, I don't think that any of us doubt that there are some very legitimate things that need to be funding. And I'll just speak to one of them as an example, being a better tent city. And as I indicated previously, that group has quite frankly been doing our work for us at the expense of donors for the last 2 years. And the reality is that we need to support them in terms of this going forward in the future. However, I think there are also things that are probably need some further review. This is an area that we know that we are continuing and will no doubt continue to have significant pressures that will likely come to us in the course of the year, and we'll need some funding going forward. So I don't believe there's a motion on the floor yet, Mr. Chair. I would actually like to move that we approve an amount, half of this, so 600,000, which becomes 900 in 2024. There's no question in my mind that we're going to need that based on the list that was there, and it'll have to go through the process of evaluation by staff with additional dollars coming forward. I just think it would be imprudent of us to not plan for it, knowing when there are pressures in a variety of areas going forward that, quite frankly, were handled through the provincial budget process or the provincial funding process before, and now we need to deal with it. So that would be my motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I believe I'm hearing that Councillor Verbanovic would like to move an amendment to this main motion. I believe he can.
So because it hasn't been moved yet, I guess I'm saying that the motion that I'm bringing forward would be 600 and 900 as the number.
Well, no, the main one actually has been moved, so this would be an amendment, and if you'd like to deal with it, then we'll need a seconder to this amendment, and then we'll resume discussion on the amendment.
Okay,
So
sorry.
we need to, if there's. So Councillor Craig has seconded the.
May not vote for it.
Yep. Well.
I want it on.
So we will now, I guess, allow discussion on the amendment. And we're gonna post this on the screen, and I will read to everyone the amendment that Councillor Verbanovic has posted. It's providing it's accepting to himself and Councillor Craig. So that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo amend the preliminary 2023 homelessness operating budget by adding $600,000 to accommodate requests from community agencies that serve the housing stability system, and that $600,000 be implemented as an annualized budget amount in 2023, and the $900,000 implemented in 2024 budget, and that staff report back to committee with funding recommendations following further review and due diligence by staff. Barry or Councillor Verbanovic, this look appropriate to you? It does, and Councillor Craig had seconded it. So I will entertain discussion now on this particular amendment. Give me just 2 seconds.
Chair, just point of order.
Okay, Councillor
Chair Harris,
James.
So there was an original motion on the floor.
Correct.
And then there was an amendment. Can you just clarify, because there's individuals who wanted to speak to the original motion, that still happens now, or just to clarify?
Yeah, so I have a list of individuals that had requested to speak to the original motion that was moved and seconded. Since then, we've now entertained an amendment from a colleague. It's been moved and seconded, and so now we proceed to discussion on the amendment. And then we will revert back, once that amendment is dealt with, to the main motion, should it fail or be approved, because then the main motion would then read as amended, okay? And then we go back to the discussion. So, we can go back to the list as is, and if you want to be skipped, you can, and if not, you can, yeah. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't know if I want to speak now, but
do you have an amendment?
I guess I will speak towards the amendment, although I will say it kind of echoes my feelings on the original as well, so you won't need to come back to me after. I quite align with what Chair Redman was saying, and I think that we really, this is a hard budget, and although these are really wonderful groups that we appreciate working with, a lot of them are already receiving funding, and I really think that we need to work with staff on the housing and homelessness master plan, so that when we are giving away money, we actually have a plan as to why we're giving away and how we're doing it. We also need to be looking and speaking with our partners on how they want us to be facilitating giving money to them, and if that is speaking with them, and if they want a grant process, then we can put that in place next time. But right now, I feel we're trying to put a Band-Aid on and make that a solution long-term, but we haven't done the consultation. As well as, we're looking and talking about an equity piece here as well. Currently, the groups that have come to us are groups that have asked for money. We don't know how many are out there that might still need money and didn't realize that they could ask for it and get included in this process. And I don't really think that that's equitable, as well as I think we're kind of just, I don't want to say throwing our money away. They're doing great programs, but certainly looking at our taxpayers, how are we being accountable to them with these programs and with these requests if we don't have a plan and an overarching vision? And again, I think that's also going to relate into our strategic planning going forward. So certainly I will not be supporting this amendment or this motion on that principle, but I do really appreciate the work that our housing and homelessness is doing with all of these groups, and looking forward to seeing how our budget can still serve them without this particular motion or amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Chair. I may not support this motion because I do believe we do need the 1.2 million. I think that I agree with Councillor Redman when she said there isn't enough money. And I don't think by the fact that there isn't enough money, saying that we're not going to give any more solves that problem. I think the 1.2 million recognize the fact that there were many organizations that are doing great work with the homeless and housing situation, and we need to support them. I do agree, to be equitable, that it should be staff's decision, not necessarily ours at this horseshoe. The people that came spoke well, and they explained their need, but I'm sure out of the 16 other groups that have come to staff, staff can make equitable and good decisions about where that money should go. So I will not support the amendment because I believe that we do need the 1.2 million, and I realize that most of us got here in an election where homelessness and housing was the top promise that we made, and also the top concern of our constituents. So I don't think it's out of the way to put this extra money into the budget, and I know it will be well used. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify, just a point of clarification, following up on what Councillor Wolf was saying, where she's opposing this amendment, do we go back to the original motion then of the 1.2? That's what I'm just, or is the original motion what the 600,000 now that?
No, yeah. So we'll have a discussion on the amendment. We'll vote on the amendment. Either it's passed, and the main motion will then reflect the new number, and there'll be still needed to vote on the main.
Okay.
So,
and if we defeat the amendment, then we're back to the 1.2.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay, that was clarification. The other thing I just wanted to ask about, there's no specific report back date. Is that something that we can get added to this?
Yes.
I don't know what's reasonable. Maybe staff can advise.
Well, I mean, we could, like a reasonable date in terms of reporting back. I'll let Commissioner Sweeney speak to that.
If you can allow me, Councillor Deutschmann, I'll confer with staff while Council is debating, and I'll get back to you with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The other thing I just wanted to clarify was Better Tent City's request. Was that a separate request, or was it part of the 1.8? Maybe Mr. Dyer might know. Sorry, Mr. Sweeney, I didn't want to interrupt your consultations.
No, it's okay. It's in the 1.8, Councillor.
It's in the 1.8?
Yeah, it was part of that list of the 1.8.
Okay.
Okay.
I think Better Tent City is a special situation that we really have to consider funding for, and I will move a motion separately after all of this, specifically asking for the funding of the 180,000 that they've requested on the Better Tent City request. And I just wanted to mention, we got to the 1.8 because there was a list, and in that list it included 3 items from One Roof. And I followed up with One Roof, and they've specifically indicated that if their main priority is the security issue, which is the 190,000. And I know the 3 combined came to about just over 900,000. And there was this, well, here's one group asking for half the money, which in fact they really weren't. Over time, they've made these various requests or proposals, but their main focus is the 190. So I just wanted to clarify that in terms of when we're thinking about how did we get to the 1.8. Councillor Verbanovic was kind enough during that long discussion we had back then to propose something that helped us move beyond the difficult time we were having in terms of trying to figure out who was going to be included and who wasn't going to be included. And Councillor Verbanovic came in and said, look, let's just put 1.8 aside and move on. And I guess if you consider that One Roof was almost half of that, the 1.8 would be too much then, really, in that context, because, and also what Councillor Foxton had pointed out with respect to some of those organizations did they still need it or not? Well, they probably do need it, but they weren't maybe aware that it was coming forward at this particular time. So, so I don't know how I'm going to vote on the amendment. I just wanted to check on a couple of those things. But at the end of the day, I don't think we can wait for Better Tent City, and I think we should have a separate motion on that to move that one forward. So thank you.
Okay, well, I think we've taken some direction there, and we'll see how things play out. Councillor Williams.
Oh, I just had a point of clarification. So I know we have a grant program. If we declined this amendment, would they still have the eligibility for other grants through the region? Or I know they can access provincial grants, but I'm just not sure if it would be part of a different grant process if we do decline.
I don't know if Commissioner Sweeney or Commissioner Dyer wants to. Mr. Dyer.
Through the chair, I'm not sure that we're in a position to speak to that at this point. That's my answer. Sorry.
That's okay. I was just kind of trying to figure out where, if they were declined this money, if there was other eligibility for an assessment. But thank you.
Just to follow up, I believe, to Mr. Deutschman's question on timing for staff to report back. Commissioner Sweeney?
Yes, from staff's perspective, there's a significant amount of work to go through to do the work equitably, so we would say we could be back to council in June.
Okay. Is it possible to make a friendly amendment to the motion then? June 1, June 30th, June 15th?
Whatever the committee day in June would be, I guess, is my answer.
All right, so
all right, fair enough.
There actually is no such thing as a friendly amendment, but I will ask is if there is unanimous yet consent for everyone to include the date of the last committee day in June to report back from staff on this particular item.
Mr. Chair, just from a process point of view, I will just say that my amendment actually included that date.
Oh, okay. Well, then we don't even need to ask for unanimous consent. It's already there. So we'll plug in that date of the end of June to the original amendment. And Councillor Erb, you're on the docket next.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't think any of us around the horseshoe we totally understand the need for housing and homelessness and to support those organizations. But my sense is that we're creating policy on the fly here with this kind of decision. And so my sense will be to vote both against the amendment and the main motion, and count on staff to do the work that they're there for and provide us with the proper information. I think there's an issue of equity here, where there's some organizations that were not aware that they could be making these presentations to council for the funding. 50% of the 50% of the request was from one organization, and we've mentioned that already. And so I do think we need to have some better information from staff in order to make a wise decision. And to me, it just reinforces these one-offs coming to council during budget. We don't always make the best decisions, and it's better to have our professional staff help us with that. And so for those reasons, I'm not going to support the amendment or the main motion if we get to it.
If we get to it today.
Councillor McCabe.
Very briefly, I would echo what Councillor Erb, Solonen, and Chair Redman have said. I feel like we're making policy on the fly. I feel like discussions like this really, and there's some other, in the future, some transit discussions, transit and transportation discussions that I'll say the same to, that I think we need to look at. We are struggling with this budget. We have 3 more budgets to go through, but more importantly, I think, or as importantly, we have master planning opportunities coming up, plus our strategic planning opportunities coming up. So I think that's where we need to have these conversations about this, rather than just, taking a number 1.2 and then having it to 600,000 and making this on the fly. I think that's not fair to to the community organizations. I don't think we're doing justice to them and the work that they do and the important work that they do.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I do have a question. So the 40 million that is allocated for our housing partners, are some of those partners the same ones that are making the requests that have come before us, the additional requests? And I should know that because I was here for those meetings, but please help me.
Yes, so some of the organizations that were included in that list of $1.8 million are currently funded regional partners and looking for investments for either new initiatives or to deal with some emerging challenges like the one that was delegated, but not exclusively so.
Okay. Thank you. And is the 40 million, is that an increase over the 2022 budget?
Yes, it is. That was before my time, so I'd have to confirm with my finance colleagues, but one of the challenges to remember is it's also impacted by the loss of the SSRF, the Social Services Relief Fund funding. I don't have it specifically here right now what that difference is, but it's not a significant increase given the current budgetary pressures overall.
Okay. Thank you. I think I'm sitting with my colleagues who are a little concerned about having an overall picture of what we're doing before we start adding money to the pot. But I'm still listening.
Councillor Verbanovic.
Well, thank you very much. And perhaps maybe I can just ask staff to put up the list. I presume they would have it handy just to remind everyone of all the list of requests that Mr. Sweeney brought to us. And just a reminder that list came because we did hear a presentation and then we asked staff to bring us a complete list of outstanding issues that they had in the pipeline that they hadn't had an opportunity to review yet, because we wanted to make sure we were taking a wholesome look at it. So I'm wondering if that can be shared with us and council.
They're going to dig that up, Councillor Verbanovic. If
okay.
Would you like me to come back to you? Oh, it looks like it's up. So there's that list. I don't know if you want to take a minute, or if you want to speak to this still, or if you would like me to move on.
I will just briefly speak to it. And I think what's important here as we evaluate this is the fact that we know there are and continue to be significant issues in our communities that are playing out day in and day out. And in our local system, the region has responsibility as the housing services manager and as the shelter services manager to deal with many of these issues. Some of them also, include partnerships with local municipalities who, even though they aren't the primary stakeholder responsible for this, are investing in some of these partnerships in order to address community issues and community need. There's no question that there are some things, and as Councillor Deutschmann pointed out, one of those organizations did make up about half of it, and that's part of the now in terms of reducing the amount that's being brought forward. But I think for us to think that those issues aren't going to be coming forward to us is really not effective budgeting in terms of this issue. We're also not talking about, just approving an amount today and staff are going to, haphazardly go forward, which they never do, to simply allocate these dollars. What it's doing is setting aside an amount this year that can list and tackle some of those challenges that are on that list. And we won't be able to tackle all of them. That's the reality in all of this. But we do know that some of them do need to be included. and ABTC is one. I see the Cambridge shelter, issue is there, and others, and so it is going to be important that we have some dollars available. Or quite frankly, the day that we pass the budget, we're going to see those issues coming forward, and then we're going to be in a jam to fund them. Not a single dollar is going to go out without this council having a say in terms of approving any of those initiatives based on staff's professional recommendation. Those would be my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Craig.
Well, Mr. Chair, following this argument all the way along in terms of monies available and, policies on the fly, I mean, these things sometimes happen in a progression in which you have to move quickly. We have this rate stabilization fund, and I keep coming back to that. It's a rainy day fund. And as I said before, it's raining. And it's raining in terms of the issues that we're facing daily and that people are facing in our various communities. And I don't understand why, if money is a big issue, that we're not looking towards this particular fund that's been set up for these kinds of issues. So I'm having a bit of trouble with this. And the emerging problems we have on our streets, it's been there for a while and needs to be addressed. And the different organizations and providers have some very difficult needs. And I feel that we need to be supportive, and we need to be able to recognize the resources that we have and not fall back on old traditional kind of outlooks of how budgets should be provided and executed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Foxton.
I've heard everybody speak, and I understand your heart, but I have to agree with Chair Redman and many others. If you open the door, every need in the world is going to come through, and that's exactly right, and you can't choose. I had a friend of mine who had to allocate and grant monies to organizations, and it was in the millions, and she was in tears because she said, how do I turn people down? So we have hired brilliant staff. That's why we hired them. And they can scope out and find the greatest need at the right time so that we can move forward a step at a time. We plan, we organize. I don't want to grab on a reserve basically because we want to help everyone when I haven't balanced out the need, when I don't see where the true need lies today. And so I'm going to probably not support either motion and hope that we come up with something better and staff come up with a thoughtful plan. We are an organization and we are responsible to our taxpayers, and that's all, as well as the homeless and everyone else. And without moving logically, we fail. And I believe we have to use logic, compassion as well, but a lot of logic.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. And Councillor James.
Yes, through you, Chair Harris. I echo a lot of what colleagues have said around the table. One of my thoughts through this is that we've had a list of organizations who want funding annualized, and there was a few who want the one-time funding. Very big difference and impact on the long-term budgeting. And in terms of the rate stabilization fund, that is a one-time funding. I would be more inclined to support those who've come to us for the one-time funding, having a bigger discussion about the ones who want it annualized. There's a process, there are staff in place, there are granting and policies in place for acquiring funding, and to ask for annualized, it means that you'd go through a process. So I can't support some of these asks. As I said, the one-time funding is significantly different. I would be more inclined to support that, but factoring in that anything that's asked for annualized would have a big impact on our budgeting now and into the future. Thank you.
We are going to be entering the second round of comments from councillors, so we'll go to that list, and if there are new things to add, great. Councillor Erb.
I think Councillor Deutschman was going to do something separately on a Better 10 City later on. Is that right? Okay, I was going to speak to that, so I'll save you some time.
Okay, Councillor Deutschman.
Yeah, thank you. Sort of along the lines of that, I'm not bringing the motion right now, but I just want to ensure, and perhaps Clerk Will, you can assist. I just want to make sure, if we're voting on this motion that's before us now, does it bring in all those requests, or is this just a motion for setting aside a pot of money, so to speak? Because I don't want to be caught by a motion for reconsideration on Better 10 City if I bring that back later.
I mean, I believe that this motion, and aside, both now and in the future, that would be annualized.
Okay.
We're voting on the amendment, which would reduce the pot of funds available in half, which is Councillor Verbanovic's motion or amendment. If it's passed or defeated, we'll see where that goes.
Right.
Then we'll deal with the main. And then if we'll do, depending on the outcome of that, we will hear yours likely later on in the day.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
It'll be either councillors' motions later in the day.
Right, yeah, no, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure procedurally it was all good, and you clarified that. Thank you.
All right.
Just on the motion, you know, I am going to support the motion. Look, we all agree other levels of government should be stepping up to the plate, but we can't wait for other levels of government, unfortunately. We have a crisis on our hands now, and we're taking a lot of steps. And by setting aside an amount of money now, at least we know we have funds available to deal with some of the requests, because if we wait for a future request to come, then we're wondering what is the source of funding for those requests. Are we back to the tax levy base? Are we back to next year's budget? Are we looking for things like Councillor Craig talks about, and I support as well, you know, things like the tax stabilization reserve or the working fund reserve? You know, then we're starting to get into these one-off reserve situations. And by having a base of funds available, it's like discretionary benefits. We don't always know what things are going to be funded with discretionary benefits, but that money is there and gets used up every year. I believe it's still around. I know it was 10 years ago. So, okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't misleading council on that. So I will support the amended motion because I believe it's important to have that funding available. And look, we can make decisions. Of course, they're difficult with staff guidance when we run council. You know, the voters look to us. When decisions are made after we're elected, the voters look to us. So ultimately, we're always responsible at the end of the day for what has to be made and what has to be decided, but we work with staff as a team to figure out what we think is the best approach. So, but the key thing to me is having funds available, set aside, and it's not on the fly. We can develop policies and procedures about how those funds are to be accessed, but to have the funds set aside for these important issues that we're dealing with and need to deal with now, today, I think is important. Thank you.
Councillor Huenick.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. In line with what Councillor James was saying about one-time funding versus annualized funding, do we have a list of the one-time requests that we got and how much that would be? Forgive me, I don't have it in my head or in front of me.
We can put that list back up. I believe Commissioner Sweeney said there were only
Like,
two.
does that number total 600,000? Is that the idea, or what is that?
We'd have to pull that back up if you want to give us a minute.
Sure. Sorry, didn't mean to rush.
So the healing of 7 generations, there was no funding amount that was specified. That was a one-time request.
How do we fund an amount that's not specified?
The coverage of external agency staffing needed to close staffing gaps in the shelter by the YWCA KW was a one-time funding request of $146,000. Was there one more? No, that's it. The rest were all annualized requests.
Mr. Chair, just point of clarification.
Okay.
The request from One Roof with respect to the security issue was just as long as there was a shelter at the Schwab. And so I don't know, you know, that's my understanding was that was a 2-year project, but I could be wrong with respect to that.
Go ahead, Councillor or Commissioner Sweeney.
Yes, that's my understanding too. However, for the purposes of this conversation, we've annualized it because it's going to would potentially run over a fiscal year. And also because the request was asked for resources not to hire contract, but to actually bring staff in. And so we wanted to be prudent in making that assumption if it turns out to be short-term. We haven't had that conversation yet, nor would that would also require a contract conversation as well.
Councillor Huenick, want to make sure you're.
So the one-time funding request that we got total 140,000. Is that correct?
About 146,000, yes, in the one time.
So I wonder if colleagues would be interested in entertaining just funding one-time requests at this time, or.
Well, we've got an amendment on the floor. Are you prepared to make I guess it wouldn't be an amendment of the amendment, but I mean, we could revisit that similar to Councillor Deutschman's request following the outcome of this. So I do have Councillor Wolf, and perhaps then we can go to a vote on the amendment. Councillor Wolf? Councillor Wolf, do you have anything to add? Do you want to add? Do you want to add anything on this? On this amendment? Yeah. Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Councillor Deutschman that the funding is important. If you're going to have a plan, you need to have funding. It doesn't make sense to say we'll plan to do all of these things, but we're not funding it. So if we do put aside the 600, 900,000, whichever it is, at least that gives staff something to work with. And I do trust staff that they can make good decisions. We look at the organizations that applied, and I think what we're all aware of is we have a homelessness crisis now. We have needs now. I don't think any of us doubt that the needs aren't real and that these organizations aren't doing good work. So I think that to say we'll solve this problem by defeating this motion or the other motion and giving them nothing doesn't help. That means we will have to wait till next year's budget, basically, to fund any of these projects. And in terms of Councillor Deutschman saying that if this fails, these motions, then he'll bring forward the Better Tent City, well then possibly I will bring forward the Cambridge shelter, porch light, and some of the Cambridge things. So it can just be a long process. So I just urge you maybe to give staff the funding to look at the different groups and make wise decisions. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna put that amendment up because I'm seeing no other speakers, and I think we are going. We're getting lots of commentary around and around. So perhaps we'll get that amendment up. So we're voting on the amendment here now, and that amendment is that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo amend the preliminary 23 homelessness operating budget by adding $600,000 to accommodate requests from community agencies that serve the housing stability system, and that $600,000 be implemented as an annualized budget amount in 2023, and the $900,000 implemented in 2024 budget, and the staff report back to committee with funding recommendations following further review and due diligence by staff by June 6, 2023. So we will get e-scribe up. I encourage you all to vote again. We're voting on the amendment, and then depending on this, we'll go back to the main motion and vote on that. Against. And I believe that is defeated. So, colleagues, we'll go back to the original motion at the only change, and we can add in the date. I believe the date can be amended back to the June 6th date I won't reread it, it's just at the original amounts. So if we can get eScribe up and we'll go to a vote on, we do have a question or a comment. Councillor Shantz.
Sorry, just a quick question. If this is defeated, I'm assuming the plan will still come back to council in terms of how we move forward with requests?
Commissioner Sweeney.
Councillor Shantz, I don't know the answer to that. So are you asking if this gets defeated, are we developing a plan to evaluate and solicit further proposals outside of our current budget?
Go ahead, Nazar.
I think I would. Somebody's got their. There we go. I don't want to have to go through this again next year, so that if we've got requests coming in, so we've got some kind, so we're all at least on the same page in terms of how we allocate the funding that we have and how we allocate any further requests that come in.
Pardon my cheek, but you and me both. So I don't know what that looks like, but yes.
Councillor Liggett. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been in the meeting since the beginning, but somebody is saying that they can't. I'm not showing virtually. I just want to make sure that my votes are being counted.
Yep, you're being heard and counted.
Okay. Thank you.
So we are on the main motion. We'll put it up and we'll ask our colleagues to vote yes or no on that. And that is defeated. Thank you, colleagues. We will now move on to the next presentation. I'll turn it over to Mr. Dyer.
So thank you to the chair. We'll now move to a couple of items that were deferred to Budget Committee from standing committees on February 7th. So unlike the previous two items we dealt with, these are items for which a recommendation or a vote rather has not yet happened. So it will be appropriate for this committee to take whatever action it sees fit on these items today. So if we move to the next slide, the first item relates to transit fares, and you'll recall that there was a staff report with some recommendations, which we'll get to in just a second. That was presented to Planning and Works Committee on February 7th, that those recommendations were deferred to Budget Committee. And in addition, there was direction to staff to provide some information with respect to 3 options relating to our fare structure, one for youth aged 5 to 12, one for a free day of service for for seniors once a week, and some information with respect to curriculum-based school activities at a museum. So that information has been provided to you in the form of a briefing note. That information rather being the responses to to all 3 of those items that you see on the slide before you. And perhaps we can just slip forward quickly to the next slide just for a moment. This was the original set of motions that was put forward to Planning and Works Committee on the 7th, and that have been deferred to this committee. So I think your action today is a decision with respect to this set of motions, and decisions with respect to any of the 3 items that were provided on the previous slide. So with that, I'll turn it back to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer. I think, again, if you don't mind, I'll read this recommendation so that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo take the following action with respect to Grand River transit fares as set out in The report, as you see, dated February the 7th, 2023. A, endorse the continuation of the Affordable Transit Program that provides a discount on fares for individuals and families whose income falls below the existing threshold of 15% above the poverty line as measured by Statistics Canada for a community in Ontario greater than 500,000 persons, and B, approve a 2.5% general public transit fare increase effective July 1st, 2023, as set out in the preliminary 2023 public transit operating budget, and C, direct staff to mitigate the impact of any fare increase for individuals and families eligible for ATP by increasing a discount from 48% to 50% effective July 1st, 2023, with a net 2023 property tax levy increase of $20,500, and D, approve the creation of an extended family day pass applicable every day of the week, decreasing the cost of travel for accompanied youth, and E, direct staff to bring forward a comprehensive review of age-specific fare for seniors and youth discounts forward as part of a new Grand River Transit business plan. And I would now like to call any mover and a seconder of this to get it on the floor. We've got a mover in Councillor Foxon, seconded by Councillor Erb, and we've got Councillor McCabe.
Thank you very much, Chair Harris. Just a couple comments, similar to what I just said in the previous discussion about some of these proposals, particularly around transit. I mean, I struggle with I think broadly, I think a lot of this should be taken to our master planning process. I hope we don't get into a discussion today about which pilot project we should support, because I think we could be here all day talking about that. So I really, I know I put a number of transit proposals on the table, and I really appreciate the work that Matu Getsky and his staff did to provide us additional information on that. I think it was really helpful. But you know, learning the process as I'm going, you know, I'm getting a better understanding of it. Some of these issues are better not dealt with directly in the budget that we're talking about today, but pulling back a little bit to wait until the master planning process. So so that's where I hope we have discussions about the pilot projects and things like that. So just in terms of this, what's in front of us here, I mean, I do struggle with the 2.5% fare increase, because I think actually we should be looking at reducing transit, but I'm willing to put that aside and let that become a conversation in the master planning process. Question of clarification about youth. I would hope that youth, I don't know what that actually describes, but I'm hoping that it means, like, I think the teenager population is a population that we really need to make sure that we include in this. So I don't know if that's 21 and under or 19 and under, but I just know that the youth piece needs to make sure that we include teens. And then the number E, direct staff to bring forward a comprehensive review, I just want to clarify again that is what we will be talking about in the master planning process, because I really think that's where those discussions need to be.
I'm seeing a nodding of head, but I'll let Matthew maybe chime in on a few of those things.
Through the chair. So the extended family day pass is applicable to teenagers. So that's really for all people in the same household. So that the proposal in line D does apply to teens, and that is correct. E is so the business plan, which is really that four-year vision of where we want to bring Grand River Transit Services. That is the place where we'll do that full review of these age-specific discounts.
Councillor Deutschman. I guess I skipped to Councillor Verbenevik.
Sorry, can I just do a quick follow-up to that?
Sure, one quick follow-up, and then I'll go to Councillor Verbenevik.
Question and follow-up. So the levy impact of what's here before us is the $20,500 plus the, correct? Like it's a very nominal increase, isn't it?
Matthew.
So through the chair, the levy impact here for C is only about the mitigation. That's only for the increase of the discount level of the Affordable Transit Program.
Right, okay.
Councillor Verbanovic.
Well, thank you very much. And I know that some of our colleagues, I think, are looking to move some amendments at different points in time around some of the transit fares and so on. But I specifically would like to move an amendment that we eliminate item E and do in fact actually run a 12-month pilot for the three areas that were identified on the other slide based on the requests. However, that those pilots don't have any specific dollars attached to them. I actually believe that through increased ridership that comes from that, we will actually more than make up the costs that staff are suggesting might be associated with the pilots. I think if we're going to be doing a Grand River Transit business plan and are going to be considering things like those pilots, having that information based on a year of operational experience will be beneficial. If at the end of the day we don't end up if we end up seeing some minor loss in revenue in the current fiscal year, that would be dealt with as part of our reserves. And ultimately, because it is a one-year pilot, it would have no impact on future budgets, and the ultimate long-term issue would be addressed then through the business plan. But I do think that it is important that we, these are things that the community has been coming to us for several years now. It was talked about last year. It was talked about this year. We know we have an aging population in the community. We know that we need to get young people to more and more look towards using transit. And I think those pilots are a good start. So that would be my amendment, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Verbanovic. Perhaps we'll allow, if you don't mind, to go back to that amendment and speak to exactly what the amendment is, because I know staff maybe didn't capture it because you kept moving on. So they've done a great job quickly capturing the first few, but if you wouldn't mind just restating that.
Sure. So it's to remove item E that's here, and in lieu of that, to proceed with the three pilots that we heard presentations on and that were presented, I believe, in that earlier slide that was shown. So the pilot for youth, the pilot for seniors, and the pilot.
Okay.
And obviously the operational details of that would be figured out by staff going forward.
Okay, give us a second. We'll pop that up, and then, like the previous conversation we had, we'll continue on with the list that we have, and those folks can speak to the amendment that we've got now before us, potentially as well as the main motion, because it doesn't reset who's speaking. So we'll just stick with that list.
Mr. Chair, could we go back to that previous slide that showed the three categories?
Yeah, let's put up the three pilot projects. And I don't know if you want to list those actually in the amendment so that when we read it, councillors can see it exactly for what it is without just referencing to the three pilots. Okay, so that is up, and I don't know if we want to hit the list now and go through the list because we've got a lengthy one. We want to keep moving, obviously, but Councillor Deutschmann?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to that, I support Councillor Verbanovic's motion. The only thing is, I think we should specifically state, that the funding for those three items would come, for example, from, it says it's a one-time matter, either from the tax stabilization reserve or the working fund reserve or some reserve where we can fund that. but I just want some clarification on the costing here. What is the 75,000 that's listed as the third bullet on the first one and the second bullet on the second one? Is that required in order to do this, or what exactly is that?
And I'll let Matthew answer that question, and then I'll actually get a seconder for the amendment. So, Matthew.
Through the chair, the $75,000 is our estimate to be able to reprogram the fare card system to have a dedicated youth product that you can load on their fare card and a dedicated senior product that you can load on the fare card. So that's to be able to measure the impacts of the pilot.
Understood. And I think that would be very valuable to get some real information, some real data, as Councillor Verbanovic was talking about when we're assessing this. And these are, as he said, it's been asked for a long time. Many communities in Ontario are providing this sort of service, and I think it would be excellent to try that. Now, the other thing, though, Chair Harris, I just wanted to mention was I would like to take B out and have a separate vote on the 2.5%, which is on the main motion.
So we are on the amendment, and that being said, I should ask for a seconder of the amendment.
Which amendment is that?
Barry's.
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Deutschman. So we're going to deal with that one obviously first, because you're saying you want to amend the original motion. So we'll deal with his.
Do we have to talk about funding though, just so we're clear with respect to that, Councillor Harris, Chair Harris?
You'll have to be clear on that if you're going to make one. Yeah, you want to.
Yeah, so it'd be funded as a one-time cost from reserves, and staff can advise what the appropriate reserve fund would be for that.
Okay. Well, we'll have to come back to you on that one, I guess. So we're still on the amendment or the main?
Okay.
Because we're not.
Yeah, and that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hunick.
Oh, sorry, Councillor James, you can go first.
Made that mistake again, Councillor James.
That's okay. I wanted to speak to the main motion.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor James.
Yeah.
Okay, my question is, sorry, through you, Chair, my question is with respect to the parameters of the Family Day Pass. I don't know a lot of 12 to 18-year-olds that would propose to pool their money with their parents and ride the bus all day, but I do know several 12 to 18-year-olds that like to travel together. And so if I have 3 friends and I'm 12 to 18, are we eligible to buy a Family Day Pass? Or if I'm a single parent and I have a single parent friend, and between the two of us, we have 2 kids, are we able to purchase a Family Day Pass?
Yep. We'll go to Councillor James, or no, Councillor James, you're.
Sorry, I still have that.
Okay, sorry, we are discussing this amendment now, but carry on. Was there a question, or go ahead, Matthew?
Just a quick response to the Family Day Pass, and I'll make sure that Neil agrees with you that it's limited to people living in the same household. So a group of 4 teenagers would not be eligible for a Family Day Pass, but 3 teenagers from the same household would be eligible for the Family Day Pass.
And how is that determined, Matthew? Like, how do you decide that we live in the same household or not?
Well, it's based on information that we get from, I guess, from the parents when they purchase a card and load it with a day pass.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Sort of a point of clarification. So is it possible, I know Councillor Deutschman suggested separating item B. Could we also possibly separate A as well? I just think with the cost of living, I know 15% is the standard for the province, but I feel like it should be a little bit higher, maybe almost 20% above the poverty line. Just, I feel like that would maybe help, or if we could just discuss that a little bit differently.
Yeah, give us a second, Councillor.
Okay.
Okay, we can likely do that. We are on, again, the amendment now that Councillor Verbanovic has said or has spoke to. So We can come back to that. Councillor Craig.
Just some clarification, Mr. Chair. I've made some proposals about transit with regards to increasing monthly passes. How does this, the item B is an example, how does that affect what's happening in terms of what I may want to do later?
That's probably Mr. Dyer question in conjunction with,
That's
a big picture question.
So through the chair, if I recall correctly, so item B is for approval of a general public transit fare increase of 2.5% effective July 1st. If I recall, the monthly pass, I believe, is increasing from $90 to $92.
That's the proposal.
That's the proposal at this point.
So you're asking about the impact of the $2
well, I'm just asking
on the
where
overall...
in this whole menu of things we're doing do I bring this up about monthly passes and so on, so I don't get lost?
Is it
after lunch?
Lunch may be
yeah, so that will be dealt with later on today.
Later
part
on.
of the package of council motions.
That's a promise.
It's a promise. Yeah, you can. That's a certified check. Chair Redman.
Thank you, Chair Harris. And I would be very happy if this was deferred to the Master Transit to have a comprehensive look at this. That process, to me, provides some of the questions that were being asked. I think Councillor Huniak asked some interesting questions. And I guess the previous slide that looked at the three different levels, I would go back to Councillor McCabe's question in defining youth. Does that not make the third request for school-related trips somewhat redundant if it goes past the age of 12? And I would agree that I think teenagers are the people that have part-time jobs and are looking for greater independence. So I would really like to see this dealt with in a much more holistic area. I know we have an amendment before us. I think we should decide personally on whether or not we want the 2.5 general public transit increase. And I think certainly a yay or nay to that, given the inflation and in the strains on public budgets. I could certainly live with supporting that not be implemented this year. Having said that, all of the other pieces of this motion as amended, I think should be deferred to a far more comprehensive conversation. Councillor Bravanovich is quite right that this conversation happens almost every year or every other year, and we moved away from an age-defined transit fare reduction to one that was based on need. And should this council choose not to do it, I would like to see it done in a comprehensive way. So is it appropriate to move a deferral of this?
So yeah, we want to get clarity on what portions of this you'd like to defer. Is it all or portions of it? Because
I would defer everything except point B, that I think that it's appropriate that this council make a decision on at this current time.
Yeah, I think we're going to take a 5-minute break, actually. I know we've got lunch coming up at, well, we said lunch 1. I don't have a straw poll if you want to break for lunch now and come back. Obviously, there's a lot of moving parts to this. Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute recess to deal with this deferral, and then we'll come back and then proceed. We're going to figure this out, if you don't mind.
Can I add one more quick comment?
Sure.
I understand that the public are impacted by this very significantly. And my question with pilot projects always is, how do you end them? And I think that is a disservice to the people that we represent if we are going to do something on a temporary basis and then at some point in time decide that the math doesn't work out or there's another kind of investment we want to make. And I'm very aware that the public will be impacted by whatever our decision is.
Okay, we've got 105, so 111. We'll take a 5-minute break to kind of reconvene up here and We'll be back at request or motion, we will need to immediately go and vote on that deferral of the entirety to the master plan. So I don't know if you want to, can we get that put, is it just a?
I will move the entire motion. I'll defer it.
We're deferring the entire original motion that we can put back up on the screen. And is there a seconder of that? McCabe. Moved by Chair Redman, seconded by Councillor McCabe. We'll go right up to e-scribe. There is no discussion on deferral, so we'll vote on the deferral. Yeah.
It's not working for me. I know. Yes, yes. Oh, good, good, thank you.
Pay attention.
Might just be. We can build on it.
You can touch it.
So, yeah, you are in favor of it. Oh, no, you can't on this one.
I did.
Yeah, but yours is a tab. One's.
No, mine's better.
That's true. That's true. Where did you get, oh, they over here.
Could I ask a question for clarification? I can't, okay, on deferral.
We're just in the middle of a vote. We'll get right back to there on this. Do you want to make sure, can you vote, Councillor Erb?
Well, I'm not getting a, I'll support the deferral because I'm not getting any
so in
on my
favor,
screen.
13 to 2.
Mine came up, but yours didn't.
Take it.
So maybe Colleen's next.
I had to restart.
Williams? Yep. There we go. Okay, and that is in favor. The motion is deferred. We will take a break for 30 minutes, but we'll go to Mr. Erb. You have a quick question or clarification?
So if the deferral, like the rate increase has been deferred, so when potentially would the region be getting new revenue then?
Well,
not until at the end of the master plan?
I'll let Mr. Dyer speak to that, but that, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking through. So the deferral of the rate increase means that we will that the operating budget has been amended. We'll remove $272,500 of transit fare revenue from the budget and add that to the levy, and then that's what will go forward as part of the amended budget motion.
Yeah. So. But when would we be able to reconsider the rate increase? Not until the the master plan?
Perhaps we could speak to when that master plan process occurs, because the increase in rate wasn't effective until June. So how will that line up with our discussion?
Through the chair, so the timing of the business plan that we're talking about is, it's a longer time frame. It's for spring of next year. So they're deferring this would mean status quo on fares on July 1st, and then we advance the business plan with a number of the recommendations and pieces of direction that we've received from council, and that would be brought back in spring of next year and help with some decisions next year.
Okay, we will recess for lunch. It's 12.
Mr. Chair, where does that leave my motion?
We will deal with that at Councillor's motions.
That's not going to be impacted by all this, whatever's going on?
No, it's a separate standalone motion.
Fine,
It'll be considered later today. That check's still good, Mr. Craig. It's 1:21, so 30 minutes. So 1:51-ish to, we'll be back. Going to resume after a slightly extended lunch break, but hope everybody's refueled and ready to go. So we will move on to item. Oh. I believe we have a motion to reconsider a previous agenda item prior to moving on to 10.3 discretionary grants. I believe Mr. Erb.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I don't want to belabor or complicate our conversations. These motions of reconsideration seem to be a little bit more challenging than the budget itself. However, I'm wanting to ask if we could consider a motion to reconsider the 2.5% fare increase that was in our previous motion. And in order to do that, Mr. Short, I think, is prepared to give us some instructions on the procedure that has to happen. I'm prepared to make a motion to reconsider that would be seconded by Councillor Salone. And is that the way you want us to deal with it first, to see if we can get them, or no? Okay.
Yeah, so I'll just explain the procedure to council here. So if we want to deal with a motion to reconsider, we need 2/3 of council to agree to waive that because it's normally a notice of motion. So because we don't meet the notice requirements, we need 2/3 or 11 of 16 or 10 of 15, whatever amount of people are on the call right now. I can't see the Zoom room right now. At any rate, we need 2/3 of council to agree to waive notice on that motion to reconsider. That would be the first vote. Then Councillor Erb, if so, assuming we get 2/3 and that carries, then Councillor Erb would move a motion to reconsider with a seconder. We would vote on that. Then we would go back to Councillor Verbanovic's amendment on the main motion, deal with that amendment. Then we would deal with the motion either as amended or not in its original form. And then we would need an amendment if you want to deal with just 2.5, the 2.5%, which was letter B. We would need a motion to amend that motion to just carry item B and to defer A, C, D, and whatever the new E is, depending on Councillor Verbanovic's motion. We can deal with these things one at a time. The first thing we need to deal with off the bat is if we want a motion to reconsider, 2/3 of council need to support that motion to reconsider. So that would be the first question that would be on the floor that the chair would put the question on and that we would vote on and e-scribe. And I'm happy to answer any questions about anything that you might have.
Chair Redman.
Before voting on the motion to reconsider, may I see the motion that we are reconsidering, which is apparently Councillor Verbanovic's motion, is that correct?
So sorry, you want us to put back up that motion that we were talking about before with the
right,
amendment.
and I understand that the vote will be on whether or not to reconsider, but I'd like to see what I'm agreeing to reconsider.
Yeah, we can put that back up on the screen. The highlighted area at the bottom was the one-year pilot project that Councillor Verbanovic was speaking to as his amendment before we deferred the entire process to the master plan.
And what would that be? I don't know, like to say increase the transit.
Chair Redman, do you want me to give us a minute? And I know we've got Councillor Craig's on the docket as well to ask a question. So.
It's turned out 2.5, you have to be versus.
Mr. Chair,
If we deferred it, you have to.
a vote of reconsideration needs a 2/3.
Yeah, that's correct.
But it also has to be somebody who voted in the negative on the original motion?
No, it's just 2/3.
No, it's not. What am I talking about? The person who, you have to have voted against the motion in order to reconsider it. It can't be somebody who voted in favor of the motion. Or else somebody could keep coming back day after day doing this. They didn't get what they wanted.
Yeah, hang tight. Clerk Short is just going over a few things, and we will add clarity
So,
to everyone.
so under 54.6 of the procedural bylaw, only a member of council who voted with the majority in respect of a previous decision or who was absent from the vote. In this case, the voting of the majority was in favor. The vote was 14-2.
Okay.
So somebody voting in favor of that would need to move the motion to reconsider, not someone
All
who
right,
voted in the
okay,
negative.
fair enough. Okay, I just want to get that clarified. So, Mr. Chair, I keep coming back to my motion that at some point in the future might even be looked at. Where does that, what happens with all of this? So council comes back and confirms the 2.5. And I'm talking about, monthly passes and increasing beyond the 2.5. Where does that put me?
Yeah, I believe, again, we've got councillor motions later on in the agenda that we'll be dealing with your items. And I believe in relation to that, we've actually moved down item 11, user fees and charges, until following that conversation, depending on potentially the outcome of your items. So we're planning for your things. That
I'm just feeling a bit lonely, that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair, okay?
Yeah. So we had a mover of the.
So, sorry, before we move the motion to reconsider, we just need to do the vote on waiving notice for the motion to reconsider.
All right, we're waiving notice on the motion to reconsider.
And so unless there's a point of clarification on that, we need to put a vote on that.
I do have a question. Councillor Verbanovic.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I missed why we're even reconsidering this now. Apologies.
Councillor Erb can come back at the reason why he's asked for this.
I'm asking council to consider the reconsideration of raising the fare increase from to 2.5. We eliminated that completely, and I think with inflation, the costs of gasoline, expanding the service, transit needs that revenue generation stream, and so I'm recommending that we revote and consider increasing the transit fares by 2.5%.
If I can, Mr. Chair, I guess I'm trying to understand the Chair Redman's original direction on this to defer the whole issue. Was the intent, I'm struggling a little bit, because if the intent was simply to cut off debate on my amendment, then that should have been her motion. But she very intentionally moved deferral of the whole thing, which I voted against, but clearly the majority voted in favor. So I'd like to understand what that original rationale was.
Yeah, we're just thinking about this one, Councillor Verbanovic. So,
if Chair Redman can respond.
Yeah, we'll let Chair Redman answer that, and then we're going to go to the 2/3 request for waiving notice immediately following this.
My rationale was I found that the ad hoc nature of some of the motions being cobbled together created some confusion, and that the pilot projects, I always ask what that does to community expectations at the end of the pilot project if we opt not to continue it. So it was to defer everything except this 2.5 increase, and it was indicated to me that if I was going to defer it, I should defer the whole motion. So originally I was going to defer everything but point B, which is the piece of the motion that Councillor Erb would like to deal with. But it was so that all of the other parts of the motion would be deferred to a more robust, comprehensive discussion of council with staff at a future date when we look at the transportation and the master plan.
Okay, well, in light of that, I will support Councillor Erb's motion to revisit the issue, but I will be putting my amendment back on the floor.
Okay, we are going to pull up e-scribe. We are actually voting now on the motion to reconsider. So you're voting on the waiving of notice. Yes, Mr. Deutsch. Oh yeah, well, again, Chantal, we are simply voting on waiving the notice, which is a requirement, to deal then with the notice of motion to reconsider, if that makes somewhat any sense, but it does.
Point of clarification, Chair Harris, the e-scribe that came up to me looks like we're actually voting on a fare structure specific motion as opposed to just motion to reconsider.
We'll ignore that part of it. It's just the agenda item that we're actually on.
Thank you.
Voting on waiving notice. This is just a notice part. And then we'll vote on the reconsideration portion.
13 in favor.
Sure.
So it's passed to reconsider.
And so we've met that threshold to, yeah. Now we go back to Councillor Erb to move your motion, please.
So I don't have a motion written out. Pardon? And I understand what we need to deal now with is that we would ask only that item number 2 be dealt, no?
Sorry, so right now you you would just move a motion to reconsider the item number 10.2, and then we would need a seconder on that, and then we would vote on that.
I would so move.
Okay, and with Councillor Sullivan seconding. So that would be the vote that is on the floor right now.
Councillor Verbanovic, do you have a question?
Yeah, so 10.2 is purely the piece pertaining to the 2.5%?
Yeah, we'll actually be going back to your amendment on the main motion. That's where we'll be at with the process. And we're my God.
Sorry, so what are we voting on now?
To allow it to be
Yeah,
reopened.
this is now a vote on a motion to reconsider.
Okay.
The entire motion, original motion, including the amendment that you had proposed. So we're voting on going back slightly in time to deal with the original motion as well as the amendment. All right, and that's carried. So, all right, so we now need to post the amendment that we were dealing with. And I will reread that, just the bottom part? Just the highlight. So the amendment that Councillor Verbanovic asked for is adding E, establish a year pilot project for free transit fares for children under 12, a 1 day a week fair transit fares for seniors over 65, and museum for students funded by reserve. That is the amendment that we are now dealing with.
Sorry, Chair Harris, can we separate out item B from it?
So, yeah.
Because I thought that was what the...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so sorry, Councillor Koenig, I think that is the end result here. To get to that point, we need to get rid of the amendment, either by voting in favor or opposed to it, getting the main motion back on the floor either as amended or not amended, and then we need to move an amendment to have item B be brought up and approved, and the rest of the letters in that motion being deferred until the master plan. That's how the whole process here, from what Councillor Erb had requested at the very beginning, to get there, those are the steps that we need to take.
So
right,
I'm not voting against these items. I'm voting to defer them.
No, sorry. So right now, all we're dealing with is Councillor Verbanovic's amendment to the main motion that we were talking to before the lunch break.
To add it.
Still confused.
Yeah, so it's not up on my screen.
Again, establish a year pilot project for free transit fares for children under 12, a 1 day a week free transit fares for seniors over 65, and museum for students funded by reserve. That is the amendment that he's asking to add to the original motion. With that, I don't know, Councillor Verbanovic, if you're still up, or if you want me to move on.
No, that's fine. You can vote. Yeah, you can vote on that.
Okay.
Or if there's any other speakers.
I did have Chair Redman. Did you want to get back in? I had you still on the list, or was that old?
I believe you've clarified the process, so provided that Mr. Short has outlined it and it goes that way, I'm fine.
Okay, Councillor Salonen.
No, I was just eager to get in the prompt for when Mr. Erb's motion comes forward.
Okay,
Sorry.
so we will go to a vote, seeing no other speakers, to the amendment to the motion. Again, adding item E, establish a year pilot project for free transit fares for children under 12, a 1 day a week free transit fares for seniors over 65, and museum for students funded by reserve. This is what we are now voting on through e-scribe. Colleagues, yes or no?
Oh, Lord. Why is this so... Oh.
And that is defeated. So with that, I'll go back over to Councillor Erb. Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I understand, the next motion then would be to, is it number B or number 2 on the main, number B on the main motion to be dealt with separately. And the rationale for that is simply what I stated earlier. We have ongoing operating costs with our transit service, inflation, fuel, staff, new facilities on Northfield, and to generate the revenue in a tough budget year. So the motion would be to increase the transit fare for this year at 2.5%.
Yeah, we'll put that up. So thank you, Councillor Urban. In the meantime, Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Okay, so you've got the whole motion up there. I would like to have a vote on A as well. Are we going to go through each of the pieces of that motion, or are we just going to vote on B?
Okay, so I will read Councillor Erb's proposed amendment that the regional municipality of Waterloo approve a 2.5% general public transit fare increase effective July 1st, 2023, as set out in the preliminary 2023 public transit operating budget, and defer the following actions with respect to Grand River transit fares as set out in the report as shown, dated February 7th, 2023, to a discussion on the Grand River Transit Business Plan. Yeah, that deferral are A, B, C, and D. So again, we're going to vote on his request to bring in the 2.5% general public transit increase and defer the remaining items to the Grand River Transit Business Plan discussion in the future. Councillor Shantz.
So I would like to.
Oh, yeah, sorry. We should ask for a seconder first before we open any more debate, or we can just shut this down now. We need a seconder.
Before I second, can I just ask a clarification question on
Sure.
it? So I understand what Councillor Shantz is trying to do. In the event that this one is tabled and we defer everything, do we need to go through that really ludicrous process we just did to undo a deferral of motion to then pull out that item point again? Or could we make a friendly amendment even though friendly amendments don't exist?
You'd have to amend it. But we need a seconder to amend. We need a seconder
Okay,
for this
I'll
first.
second it either way.
Okay, so you're seconding it? Are you now amending the newly?
Can I suggest then, Councillor Erb, that the amendment is we also pull out item A to be decided on today and defer the remaining items for the master plan?
I guess that would be an amendment we have to propose, or would we have unanimous consent to do that?
Something bears its own.
Okay, so we will, let's write that amendment up that you've asked for, Councillor Salonen, and we'll get that pulled up. You look at it, we'll read it, we'll get a seconder, we'll have discussion.
A and B.
Will be both taken out and the rest is deferred.
Okay, so I will reread. So we've got the original amendment A that Councillor Erb has asked for, and Councillor Salonen has now asked that we vote on item B as well. So I will read what we're doing here. So we're voting on endorsing the continuation of the Affordable Transit Program, ATP, that provides a discount on fares for individuals and families whose income falls below the existing threshold of 15% above the poverty line as measured by Statistics Canada for a community in Ontario greater than 500,000 persons, and B, 2.5% general public transit fare increase effective July 1st, 2023, as set out in the preliminary 2023 public transit operating budget, and that all of the other items are referred to a discussion on the Grand River Transit Business Plan. And I won't read what those items are, but it would be technically A, B, and C on that motion. Councillor Deutschmann.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just have a problem with if I support one but not the other. We should be dealing with these separately.
Well, then we'll have, this is the amendment.
Okay.
So you are in essence voting on them separately. Because if this amendment fails, we go back to the original amendment that Councillor Erb has proposed. Am I right in saying that?
All right, just for the record, I don't want my vote taken one way or another on one of those items. I'm opposed to the increase, just for the record. Thank you.
Okay, so.
I
support the assistance.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, Councillor Shantz.
A question, a point of order. Can we not just vote on the two pieces separately? Do we have to go through a whole vote and then?
Okay.
Return.
So just cut your mic first. Right? We can vote on.
Yep.
Just hold on.
Okay, so we'll actually take them all. Yeah, there will be three separate votes in this. So you'll get your opportunity to vote on those. And I believe the first one, there's no other speakers, so let's pull the first one up, and we'll vote on it. So if the clerk can pull that up, and we'll reread that for everyone's interest. Yeah, so this was A, and we're going to vote this item as a standalone one. That the Regional Municipality of Waterloo endorse the continuation of the Affordable Transit Program that provides a discount on fares for individuals and families whose income falls below the existing threshold of 15% above the poverty line as measured by Stats Canada for a community in Ontario greater than 500,000 persons as set out in the report as noted dated February the 7th, 2023. So we are voting on just this item. So we'll go to eScribe, and yes or no. And that is carried. We will put the next item up, which I believe would be the fare increase. And then the third one would be the deferral of the rest. Okay, so this was the one we're voting on here now, that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo approve a 2.5% general public transit fare increase effective July 1st, 2023, as set out in the preliminary 2023 public transit operating budget with respect to Grand River Transit fares, as set out in the report dated February 7th, 2023. And I see voting has already commenced, so and that has been carried. So we'll go back to the third and final vote, and that's the referral of the other items to the Grand River Transit discussion. I jumped the gun there on that. Well, we're just finalizing that vote. There may have been some technical issues, so not technical. Okay. Carried in favor. Okay. Now we're dealing with the third item, that the Region of Waterloo deferred the following action with respect to Grand River Transit fares as set out in the report dated February the 7th. Direct staff to mitigate the impact of any fare increase for individuals and families eligible for ATP by increasing the discount from 48 to 50% effective July 1st, 2023, with a net 2023 property tax levy increase of $20,500, and approve the creation of an extended family day pass applicable every day of the week, decreasing the cost of travel for accompanied youth And E, direct staff to bring forward a comprehensive review of age-specific fare for seniors and youth discounts forward as part of the new Grand River Transit Business Plan. We'll put that up. Vote yes or no. This is the referral of those 3 items. And that carried.
Okay, so now we move on to
We are on to discretionary grants. Mr. Dyer.
Thank you to the chair. So just as a reminder, we're still in the section of the budget where we're dealing with items that were deferred to budget committee from planning and works, or a continuation of discussions that we had back on February 8th. The next item for consideration is some follow-up information with respect to discretionary grants. So we've provided for the committee's review a briefing note that goes through the amounts that are included in the 2023 budget. We speak to the numbers included in 2023, which is a reduction of $82,000 in grant funding overall, leaving approximately $6.7 million remaining to distribute. As set out in the policy that was approved by Council back in August, there is a defined process for staff to report back at various times with respect to the allocation of grants. So that report is there for information. And if we just go to the next slide for just a moment, there is also an item that was deferred from the Administration Finance Committee on February 7th, which was a staff recommendation to take no action with respect to the request for one-time funding from the Kitchener-Waterloo Symphony. So if we just go back one slide to slide 33 and leave that one up, I think that would be appropriate. I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I believe, Councillor Erb, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had circulated a proposed motion to council members yesterday, and I'm wondering if the clerk's department could put that up on the screen, please. And the intent of this motion is to have these important grants for community groups stay within the process that has put in place several years ago and is approved by council in a report that we dealt with in August of 22. And that report is attached, and I think it's on page 90 or 91 of the agenda. And rather than dealing with these requests individually and in isolation from each other, the intent is that we let staff review the applications and make an informed decision away from the budget process, so that all applications are considered at the same time rather than individually. And if it's at the budget, a decision may not necessarily be consistent with our previous established guidelines. And so hopefully this policy will make the granting process more transparent and fair. And I'm prepared to move that motion that's on the screen.
So I'm going to read the motion for everyone's, I'm going to read the motion first, and then if someone's so inclined to second it, I'll ask for that. So that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo take the following action with respect to the 2023 grants budget. 1, increase the preliminary 2023 budget for grants to organizations by $82,000 to reflect the 2022 approved level of funding. 2, direct staff to report back to committee with respect to 2023 grant allocations in accordance with each program's defined decision-making criteria and approval process as outlined in the grant policy approved by council on August 9th, 2022. 3, direct staff to report back to committee with an end-of-the-year summary of 2023 grant funding allocations. 4, direct staff to report back to committee on the proposed timing and process for all 2024 grant programs, including the development of new programs. 5, take no action with respect to the request for one-time funding for the Kitchener-Waterloo Symphony as previously outlined in report dated February the 7th, 2023. And 6, refer all new requests for grant funding to processes outlined in the grant policy as approved by council on August the 9th, 2022. Do we have a seconder? Councillor James. Discussion, Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I will, at the end of this process, be moving a, at the end of my comments, we'll be moving a motion to actually handle this differently. The motion before us, I think, is really creating a problem for many organizations in our community. When we approved a new process back last August, the intent of that new process was to consider new requests for funding that were going to be coming forward in the future, because we didn't have a process in place for it. It was, in my mind, and I think in many people's minds, never an attempt to contemplate taking grants away from critical community organizations that have been receiving funding from us for many years. And I, for one, am not prepared to support not funding organizations like Leadership Waterloo Region, like the Grand Philharmonic Choir and others, in terms of ensuring that they have sustainable funding. It behooves us, particularly if we're going to be looking at making changes, to not be telling people 3 months into a year that these are the changes that are going to be happening, and you may not get funding as a result. I think this is a significant concern, and quite frankly, is going to make many organizations in our community potentially unviable, depending on what happens with the grant programs. We put millions of dollars into new grant programs to address equity-seeking groups, as well as others, in terms of upstream investments. And those grant programs have been in place and will continue to be in place. And so I think it would be a real mistake for us to do this. And so my amendment would be that, in fact, we proceed with funding the existing groups from 2022 in 2023, and that staff bring a report forward by June of this year with full details of what things will look like in 2024 and beyond for our consideration. That way, it'll give any organizations an ability to know, well ahead of time what our next steps would be, what the grants are going to look like, and so on. And so that would be my amendment, Mr. Chair.
Well, let's maybe, if you want to help our staff out by rereading, or let's getting that amendment down so that we can post it up for folks to see.
I will email it to Will.
Okay. In the meantime, perhaps we'll get some commentary from Chair Redman and others on the list while we get this one up.
Thank you, Chair Harris. And I do share Councillor Bogdanovich's frustration that we're dealing with this during another budget process, but I would remind colleagues that were on council last term, and for those who weren't, that Elizabeth Clark, who was councillor at the time, actually headed up a small group that looked at how this new regime would look. And my recollection is that not only was it to change the process in order to allow new entrants in, and also did not prevent any legacy recipient from getting funds. What it did not do was guarantee those legacy amounts. And that message has been given, at least I would tell you, on 2, if not 3 occasions. I guess I'm looking to Mr. Regier, perhaps to Craig, just to talk about what is the overall bucket of money that is granted to the several streams that are referred to in Councillor Erb's motion.
Through you, Chair Harris. Yeah, so the total the total package, I believe, of all the grant programs, which is covered by the resolution, would be in the order of $1.4 million. we have essentially processes underway right now to deal with key cultural institutions, the Environmental Fund, entrepreneurial initiatives, and the only one that's in the works to be completed and brought back to council for approval of guidelines is the cultural festivals and events program, which is funded through the municipal accommodations tax. And that will be bringing forward to council very shortly. There are a number of organizations which which would apply to that program once it's announced. And there are 3 of them that have been historically funded, which will be going through that program. The total amount of their historic grants would be in the order of $105,000. And the total package of funding available in that program is $165,000. So we do expect new entrants into that program, and we don't have any exclusions from the historic organizations.
And if I could, the one-off request of $100,000 for the Symphony, would that be considered part of their grant application? Do they have a grant application before in this process at this point in time?
Yes, they have a grant application in the works right now. It's been processed with all of the other key cultural institutions. I think decisions and recommendations will be made shortly. I don't believe that the $100,000 is included in their current application. So I'm not able to speak to that. Perhaps Helen Shamiri Russell, who is online right now, can speak to that matter.
Ms. Russell?
Thanks very much. So as far as the way that they've been submitted, that $100,000 is actually a request outside of their regular grant funding. So their regular grant funding will be considered as part of the key cultural institutions application. The other $100,000 is actually an additional request outside of that process.
And if I may, and I know I'm sneaking in an extra question here, and this may be directed to Councillor Erb, but the 82,000 that you're suggesting be restored, is that based on a reduction from last year's funding? Where did you come up with that amount?
That's correct, and it was a recommendation from staff to put that back in and create a more level playing field, I think. Funds being available.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just a quick question for staff, actually, on that $82,000. The rationale for lowering it, was it because last year's funding was raised due to cover COVID struggles, or why was the rationale for it to be removed?
Mr. Regier.
Yeah, through you, Chair Harris. So it was just seen as a savings exercise in light of the very difficult budget situation that we're in.
Thank you.
Councillor Hunick.
Through you, Chair Harris, I think I'm missing something, and I'm not sure if it's because of disability or because I just don't understand. But I'm not clear on the differences between Councillor Erb's motion and Councillor Verbanovic's motion. I think Councillor Verbanovic suggested that if we go forward with Councillor Erb's motion, then community groups won't be funded. And I think actually it's quite the opposite. I don't know if someone in this room understands it better than I do.
I think that would be appropriate now if we've got Councillor Verbanovic's amendment, that we'll put it up.
But I heard you read it already. So I'm looking for more than just the wording.
Well, I think we actually only read Councillor Erb's motion and not the amendment, because Councillor Verbanovic was sending it through. But maybe Councillor Verbanovic wants to answer that while we wait to get that up.
Okay, thanks.
Sure, I can do that. Thanks. Thanks for the question, Councillor Hunick. The issue is that many of these cultural organizations and others, like the Grand Philharmonic Choir, like the Leadership Waterloo region and others, have been counting on funding from the region of Waterloo for many years. When we put a new process in place last August, it really was contemplated to be looking at new requests that are coming our way, not to take money away from existing organizations that have been historically funded. I recognize that some may have a difference of opinion on that, but that's not what certainly my intention was, or others, in terms of supporting it. So the issue, and what I'm suggesting, is that for 2023, those organizations that have received funds, especially since we're 2 months into it already, those organizations who received money previously will, on an annual basis, will continue to receive money in 2023, and that any new process, including how to transition those organizations, needs to come back to this council by June of this year, so that organizations can plan, so they're not left in the lurch, partway through a year, in terms of figuring out how they're going to fund their work going forward.
Okay, so just to follow up to that, because I still don't understand, but thank you for trying to explain it to me. When I read Councillor Erb's motion, I don't believe that others are going to be left in the lurch, but maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, so I think the issue, Councillor Unick, is that with Councillor Erb's motion, the organizations that have been guaranteed annual in effect each year for numerous years, and I'll use the example. I mean, we're celebrating the Grand Philharmonic Choir and its anniversary in our own museum this year, but potentially they may not get funding in our new process. And so what I'm trying to do is make sure that, in fact, that organizations like them do this year, and then that if there's going to be a change in process, that it happens in the future. With Councillor Erb's motion, there's no guarantee that they would get funding in 2023.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if
Hopefully that helps.
I don't know, maybe there's further clarification just on the guarantee portion. Mr. Regier, if you want to chime in. I think I heard a question about the existing grant program. Is it in fact a guaranteed funding stream for those organizations, or would it be subject to, staff's review of their proposals? I think that's an important thing to distinguish too.
Through you, Chair Harris, no, this is not a guarantee. It's an application process, and the applications are each evaluated on their merit. There are specific criteria for decision-making. In the one that the Philharmonic Choir would apply to, the Cultural Festivals and Events program, we are going to be bringing forward some recommended guidelines for approval by council, and then there will be a decision process launched once we have that direction from council. So I think the simple answer is no. I would say that as I mentioned, the three existing organizations that received historic grants from the region of Waterloo would be applying to that program. Their total grant applications have historically been in the range of $105,000, and the total value of the program is about $165,000.
Councillor Salonen, you've already chimed in once. Hunick, Councillor Erb?
Yeah, so my motion, there's no intention at all of not permitting organizations who have received funding in the past from not being able to apply. It's simply creating a level playing field that anybody in the community can apply, and their application is going to have to stand up against those other organizations. These organizations were aware of this policy in 2022 in August when we approved it, and so I don't see any in value in giving them the funding in 23 the same as they had in 22.
Okay, so we have now the motion or amendment proposed by Councillor Verbanovic. We're gonna put it up on the screen. We'll read it, and then there is a further comment I'll need to make on it potentially. So he has here and that all community organizations, including cultural organizations and festivals who received annual funding in 22 receive funding in 2023, and that staff bring a report back no later than June 2023 with recommendations about new funding programs and how organizations may transition from the old program into the new program. So I believe, Councillor Verbanovic, we've determined that this would need to be dealt with following the vote on Councillor Erb's motion due to the fact that it's not an amendment. So it would need to be dealt with separately, unless there's some other tweaking here you want to make for it in order for it to be dealt with as an amendment.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure why it wouldn't be considered an amendment, because what we're amending is the fact that the 2023 grant applications that the organizations in 2023 would have to go through the grant funding process. And the amendment is saying that they wouldn't, and that in fact they would get the money this year. And the second part of the amendment is that future program timing would come back to us by June this year. So it's amending timing. So I'm not sure how that is not an amendment.
So, Councillor Verbanovic, you're asking again, in essence, to remove items 2 through 6, and yours would be a standalone with the increase of the 82,000. Is that correct?
What I'm asking for is that the organizations who received annual funding from us in 2022 receive it in 2023. And that the rest of the stuff come back to us by June of this year, so that if there's going to be some transitions that need to happen, that people can plan for it. I mean, folks, like, these are valued community organizations who have done many, many years of work. And in all due respect to Mr. Regier, how many years has KW Oktoberfest received an annual grant from us? How many years has the Grand Philharmonic Choir received an annual grant from us? How many years has Leadership Waterloo Region received an annual grant from us? Yes, it went through an annual checking process in terms of the application, which, quite frankly, is part of a new process. I think we should have a multi-year fund, but that's a different discussion for a different day. But to suggest that it wasn't an annual, a long-standing annual grant is respectfully a little disingenuous.
I guess Councillor Verbanovic is the item number 2. If you're amending it to suggest what you have asked for, you're removing, grant allocations in accordance with each program's defined decision-making criteria and approval process. You're basically eliminating that process by asking for what you're asking, the way I'm reading the amendment. So, we would need to vote on your, it would need to be a separate one altogether, depending on how Councillor Erb's motion, is approved or it fails. Because you're just saying we're gonna remove the decision-making criteria and approval process and just automatically grant those groups that received funding last year. I mean, there could be. I mean, I guess my question for clarification to Mr. Regier is could there be a possibility that groups that have applied for these grants that don't meet the decision this year would have met the criteria last year? Could there be that possibility? Mm-hmm. And if it's the case, then you're eroding his motion.
Well, but Mr. Chair, if you're looking to get into those specifics, then what's being asked for here is that we're approving them, we're ongoing funding in 2023 based on the 2022 grant criteria. I think we're playing some semantics here, quite frankly. I think we all know what the spirit of the amendment is, and I would hope that it's being taken in that way.
I don't understand why these are stroked out. Mr. Chair, I'm not clear why 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 have lines through them.
Well, we're just trying to isolate the amendment. We're trying to isolate the amendment so that people understand.
okay.
But I think, again, Councillor Verbanovic, the issue at hand here is that your amendment, in essence, completely, guts, Councillor Erb's motion. And I suppose, we can vote on the amendment, but then the main motion would basically be lost.
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, I don't agree, because I think the essence of it still remains that staff would be coming back with recommendations based on last August's report, and part of that would include details about the new funding programs and what a transition process might look like for this council to be able to consider. I think that's the least we can offer organizations that have done thousands upon thousands of hours of volunteer work for our community, and that we, as a regional government who's building a world-class region, have supported, and quite frankly should continue to support.
All right, so I appreciate, Councillor Verbanovic, your discussion here, but we are going to rule that this is not an amendment and that will need to be brought forward as a new motion depending on the outcome of Councillor Erb's motion. I have Councillor Redman next on the list.
Well, okay.
So I think I speak on behalf of all of us that I'm somewhat confused. And it seems to me that we're walking around a few things. So I guess I would ask for you to Mr. Regier, are we talking about grant recipients in the past? And again, I would not say that this is in any way a value judgment of what the contributions have been and are of these institutions, which we have supported, as Councillor Verbanovic points out, for many years, as well as looking for the merits of new entrants. But are we talking about Oktoberfest, Cambridge Highland Games, the Symphony, and the Grand Phil? Are we missing any of the historic recipients of this kind of funding in that list? Sorry? I don't know that they're this fund, so I guess I would ask Mr. Regier, is Leadership Waterloo Region part of that?
Through you, Chair Harris, no. The Leadership Waterloo Region, I think, has been directed through the Equity Fund, right?
It's funded through equity, through economic development.
Yeah, through equity and economic development. The Symphony is actually a key cultural institution, and so its stream is already been provided guidelines, and they've already submitted applications for. So we are talking about here the three legacy organizations are Oktoberfest, Highland Games, and the Philharmonic Choir.
And again, thank you for that, and I appreciate the merit of all of those, and would hope that they would apply. I would tell you that I have a distinct memory of this conversation happening a year ago. So as much as this is an interesting debate, it's feeling a little bit like Groundhog Day too. And I wonder if these groups have not applied, if they need the funding. So I guess that is part of the problem I have with the proposed amendment. It's saying that we give funding to these groups, and do we know if all of the groups that would fall into this bucket have applied?
Through you, Chair Harris. Actually, the Highland Games didn't operate last year, so they did not receive a grant funding last year. We are still, what we'll be doing immediately following direction from Council to establish the program is bringing back guidelines for Council approval for that fund, and then we'll take applications at that point. So we haven't received applications for those 3 organizations yet.
And can you talk to the timing? I know that's another issue that Councillor Vanovich has brought up. I would think that every year we pass the budget, and that's when you know how much money is there to disperse. So I'm just wondering, is our timing off this year, or is it pretty typical of what it would be?
Well, through you, Chair Harris, none of the grants are finally decided until the Council has decided its budget allocation. So this is completely normal in any budget year. I will ask Helen Chimeri-Russell to speak to the issue of timing, because I know that some consideration has already been given to guidelines for or potential guidelines for the Cultural Festivals and Events program. Perhaps she can speak to the details and how fast we can get that back to Council.
Sure, thanks very much. So through the chair, we're hoping to bring guidelines to Council probably sometime in April, hoping to launch it and have applications coming in during the summer and have allocations out in July. So that's not hugely different from what these organizations will be getting anyway. And like Commissioner Regier has already said, that it's that opportunity through the guidelines and that approval that we can shape that process, who's eligible, how allocations would be made, and then we go through the actual application process in order to get the funding out into the community, and those recommendations would be coming back to Council for approval like I said, hopefully in the July time.
Thank you very much. I'm very supportive of Councillor Erb's motion and would have trouble supporting the amendment.
Councillor Foxon.
Thank you, and through the chair. So, Barry, the only problem I have with your motion is the assumption that anybody that got a grant in 2022 automatically receives the money in 2023. That means they don't even have to apply. What if I apply, and Rod, maybe you can answer me, was there anybody that asked for a grant in 2022 that it was a one-time grant that would not carry into 2023? And would they still be, by this motion, they would get the money anyways?
Yeah, through you, I can't think of an example, Councillor Foxon.
But could there be? And that's what I mean by the motion. It doesn't say they apply in 2023. So it's like an automatic. We're saying they get an automatic, and that's my concern, is because some associations fold or close down or whatever, and they won't need the money, but we've already saying we're allocating it to them.
That's right. And for example, in the case of the Highland Games, they didn't operate, so the funding wasn't requested in 2022 and 2020 and in 2021, I believe, either. So I think this program, the proposed approach, gives an opportunity for organizations to put their best foot forward on their annual program, and then Council and its decision process can operate to evaluate each application on its merit. I would say that next year, once the guidelines are in place for this particular program, the process will work much more efficiently, because we won't have to bring the guidelines to Council for approval. Basically, next year in 2024, as soon as the budget is allocated, the decisions can be made regarding the allocations.
And Leadership Waterloo Region, you said came under economic development?
I think Connie McDonald has got a better answer than I on exactly how that was allocated.
Thank you. It's funded through the Equity Fund, but it's facilitated through economic development.
Okay, and that's I didn't know we granted for that, so that's a...
It's $50,000 per year that's provided to Leadership Waterloo Region.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Liggett, and then Verbanovic. Councillor Liggett.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question of Mr. Regier.
I'm a bit confused. So the Highland Games, those aren't the ones that are held in Cambridge? That's a separate event?
No, through you, Chair Harris, those are the Cambridge Highland Games, and they didn't apply last year, and because they didn't operate, this year we would expect an application.
So the games that I attended last year didn't apply because they did hold their event.
Okay, well, I'll ask Helen Shamiri Russell because I understand they didn't come forward with a request, but I stand to be corrected.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. I thought maybe there's another set of games there happening that I just wasn't aware of. Thank you.
Ms. Russell, did you want to jump in on that one and clarify?
So through whether they operated or not, we didn't receive any kind of application from them. During the pandemic, they had they were not operating. We offered them right at the beginning an opportunity. Well, actually, what we did was we asked to say, did they require funding, and they said no. And as we were rolling over historical grant funding amounts from 2020 to 21 and 21 to 22, as they had no grant funding, it didn't fall into an actual process. But we're glad that they're operating, and we would make sure that they were eligible to apply to the new program as it's available.
That's great news. Thank you.
Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to get some clarification, first of all. On Leadership Waterloo Region, we're being told that it was funded through the Equity Fund. When was that fund first created?
So through the chair, it was created in the 2021 budget.
So because Leadership Waterloo Region has been receiving funding for many years, in fact, the organization's been around since 2001, is it fair to assume that, in fact, it was probably getting its money from the grant allocation and not from the Equity Fund before 2021?
Yep. Through you, Chair Harris, yes, that's right. The Leadership Waterloo Region has received prior to 2021 grants on an annual basis for a considerable period of time. I'm not sure exactly how long, but certainly preceding my time with the Region of Waterloo. And in 2021, it was moved over to the Equity Fund.
Okay, so that's my point. Questions are getting asked, and I think it's important that people have accurate information. To Councillor Foxton's question, I was specifically in the amendment referring to annual funding. Sorry, organizations that annual funding, not one-time funding. So those who were just a one-off last year weren't considered as part of that amendment. Mr. Chair, I'm really struggling here because, quite frankly, I do think, and I presume that you're getting some guidance from the clerk, I do think that the ruling is not correct. I do realize that one of the options available to me is to challenge the chair, but I'm not going to in this instance. I think it's unfortunate that this is the direction that we're going, and I believe that many community organizations will certainly be watching closely and reflecting on how this vote plays out.
So an amendment is a motion to change, to add words to, or to omit words from a pending original motion. The change is usually to clarify or improve the wording of the original motion and must, of course, be germane to that motion. Your proposed motion proposes an outcome that is significantly different than the outcome of Councillor Erb's motion. I think in light of that, we're going to take the vote on Councillor Erb's motion as a standalone motion, and depending on that outcome, we would then deal with your motion following it. So we're going to call the vote on Councillor Erb's motion. If you'd like me to read that back, I'm happy to do that. So that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo take the following action with respect to the 2023 grants budget. 1, increase the preliminary 2023 budget for grants to organizations by $82,000 to reflect the 22 approved level of funding. 2, direct staff to report back to committee with respect to 2023 grant allocations in accordance with each program's defined decision-making criteria and approval process as outlined in the grant policy approved by Council on August the 9th, 2022. 3, direct staff to report back to committee with an end-of-year summary of 2023 grant funding allocations. 4, direct staff to report back to committee on the proposed timing and process for all 2024 grant programs, including the development of new programs. 5, take no action with respect to the request for one-time funding for the Kitchener-Waterloo Symphony as previously outlined in the report dated February the 7th, 2023. And 6, refer all new requests for grant funding to processes outlined in the grant policies approved by Council on August the 9th, 2022. We will pull that.
Mr. Chair, can we please deal with number 1 and number 6 separately?
Do you want to? Okay. I guess is for unanimous consent, or is there anyone opposed to, looking at those items separately? Seeing none, so we can re-put up the standalone motion and vote on them separately.
So, Mr. Chair, so will that each one separately, or?
Well, he's asked for
6 in total.
He's asked for Councillor Verbanovic. You asked for items
1 and 6 to be dealt with separately because I obviously want to support the increase in the funding, but not the process.
Yep,
Right.
sure.
So, Mr. Chair, sorry, could I see the 6 again? Because
yeah, they're going to put it up.
I thought 5 might be one. I just wanted to see. So,
do you want to do all of them separately?
Well, from my perspective, I'd be interested in doing 1 and 5 separately.
Okay, how about we do them all separately? We'll do them all separately. So give us a minute. We're going to have to set that up on the eScribe program. And we'll start with number 1. And we'll vote each of them separately.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question on point of order here, please?
Sure.
So the motion was put on, or the voting started, and I had already voted when the decision was made to separate these all out. Once the motion is on the floor, in particular once the voting is started, do we not have to continue along those lines?
I don't think we had started the vote technically on our
Yeah, you
end.
did. Yes, you did. And I had already voted and submitted my
Okay,
vote.
so we did, and it was canceled. I didn't see that personally. So
She would have just been right. Her Wi-Fi might be faster than everybody else.
you must be on super fast Wi-Fi.
Well, whatever it is, I'm just saying, we need to follow. I'm okay with this. It's just that I had already voted in procedural order states once the motion is even on the floor. It's on the floor, right? But I did vote and I submitted it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, point taken, I suppose. We're going to roll with the fact that we hadn't started the vote here in chambers. You've got a super fast, perhaps, connection that got to us before we did. So point taken for next time.
Thank you. That's all I asked. Thanks.
Okay, we'll take a separate vote on the following. Increase the preliminary 2023 budget, that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo take the following action with respect to the 2023 grants budget. 1, increase the preliminary 2023 budget for grants to organizations by $82,000 to reflect the 22 approved level of funding. Oh, we will now, oh, sorry, that was carried. Number 1 is carried. Number 2. So with respect to the 2023 grants budget, direct staff to report back to committee with respect to 2023 grant allocations in accordance with each program's defined decision-making criteria and approval process as outlined in the grant policy approved by Council on August 9th, 2022. Yes. And that is carried. We will take the third item. Respect to the 2023 grants budget. Direct staff to report back to committee with an end-of-the-year summary of 2023 grant funding allocations. Please use your yes or no. And that is carried. We will take item number 4. With regards to the grant process, direct staff to report back to committee on the proposed timing and process for all 2024 grant programs, including the development of new programs. Please vote yes or no, and we'll get that up here shortly. And that is carried. Number 5, take no action with respect to the request for one-time funding for the Kitchener-Waterloo Symphony as previously outlined in a report dated February the 7th, 2023. Please use your yes or no buttons on eScribe and we'll get that up here shortly. And that is carried. And finally, number 6, refer all new requests for grant funding to processes outlined in the grant policy as approved by Council on August the 9th, 2022. And that is carried. Yeah. We're gonna. Okay, we are going to move on now to the next presentation. Oh, Councillor Shant, sorry.
Thank you. Just a question on the last list of motions that we passed. There was no date associated with anything, just for staff to get back to us. Can we add a date to that?
Well, we can ask for direction.
Or direction.
Direction, perhaps.
Through the chair, I think there are probably different timeframes associated with the different components of the resolution. I think that there is an initial report back probably as soon as either March or April, and perhaps at that time staff can indicate the overall plan for reporting back to council.
That's fine. And one other question, if I could really quickly, on the number 5 regarding the Symphony, they are free to apply under the, I think, number 6, where we said new applications will be considered, correct? Just for clarity.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So if we return back to the slide deck, we'd like to propose just a slight change in the order of agenda items. We had user fees and charges coming next, but we think that that would be better dealt with after the councillor motion section in the event that any of those motions impact the fees and charges bylaw. So if that's acceptable to committee, just very briefly on the library budget, this is just an information item. There's no specific action that's needed. If we can go ahead to the next slide or two. Actually, if we can move ahead of the user fees and charges, there's 4 or 5 of those slides. There we go. Thank you so much. So the library budget approval. Library budget was approved by the library board, I believe, back on February 9th. It's a budget with about a $2.8 million levy requirement, as an increase of about 5%, 5.5% over last year. If we move to the next slide, which I think is the recommendation. So this was the motion that was approved by the library board back on February 9th. Again, no action required. These figures are included in the main budget motion that was moved and seconded at the start of our day today and would get approved once we have an amended motion. And with that, Mr. Chair, I think it's back to you. We're now at the councillor motions section of today's agenda, and I will leave that to you to guide the committee through that discussion.
Mr. Chair, just point of order. Could we have 10 minutes before we start the councillor motion section, just to kind of review some of the things?
Sure, we can take a 10-minute recess. It's 3:27, so by 3:40 we should be back to resume. That's a bit extra than 10, 3:40. We got some things sorted out, so we are on now to councillors' motions, I suppose. So we are going to get the clerk's office to just post the way that we received them, and those that have motions that they would like to deal with today, we're going to need to, get you to send into the clerk or advise us, and we will deal with them as they come through. So the first one we've got is for Councillor James. Perhaps I'll recognize you and you can introduce your motion.
So I am recommending that we defer the New Dundee Road from Executive Place to Reichart Drive. That project is for, the roads are in fair condition. It's equal to 1.7 million. It's from the Capital Reserve Fund. I've checked with staff, and to my understanding, there's no implication to the City of Kitchener work that's being done. There is a roundabout that's scheduled for Robert Ferry and New Dundee Road. None of the work has been started, and I believe it's not to start till 2024. So I'm asking for a deferral into 2024 to do this road work.
I didn't read that. Councillor Urbanovic.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Harris, and thank you to, well, actually, I think you probably need a seconder first if there's going to be one before I speak to it.
Councillor Foxton seconded the motion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On this this motion, I want to thank Councillor for sorry, I'm just trying to find my notes on this. Just bear with me 1 second. I'd like to thank Councillor for bringing forward or to giving me a heads up on this motion so that I had an opportunity to consult with our staff on it. In fact, there would be significant impacts by deferring this project. It's my understanding that there are a number of neighboring properties who are in the process of obtaining their approvals, which will see design underground works completed on several New Dundee Road properties in 2023, and would be counting on the region reconstruction work in 2024. In the absence of that continuing, that will actually prohibit the construction of numerous new homes. And as we know, we are in a housing crisis and would be going against the commitments that are being asked of municipalities in terms of meeting their housing needs going forward. I'll further add that there has been dialogue going on after our staff reached out to regional staff back in November about the details around this project. It was at that time that staff learned that there were some concerns around that city staff learned that there would not be, in fact, a planned sort of sidewalk, protected cycling lane, and so on. That there would only be some curbside there. And with all of the people living in the area and so on, it would actually not be consistent with the principles that we as a region are trying to build the community. So, obviously I got word of this last night, and this was very preliminary response from City of Kitchener staff. But as I indicated, the City of Kitchener would have significant concerns around this proposed delay.
Thank you, Councillor Verbanovic. I don't see anybody else on the speakers list, but I am going to chime in on this one. I did raise some concern to the councillor, Councillor James, on this one. I'm wondering if staff can just briefly comment. I know there was a traffic study done, ahead of the proposed roundabout, recommendation. I know this area of Kitchener New Dundee's Road is very fast. Is in need of some dire repair. Obviously, the City of Kitchener's project, in conjunction with the regional road upgrades and, of course, the roundabout, are critical infrastructure that I know community residents have called me upon over the last number of years. I'm wondering if you can speak to that traffic study and where was it kind of ranked amongst the list of suggested roundabouts, and just your feeling on this project in connection with the City of Kitchener's work and the overall, I guess, conjunction of Kitchener's extended growth out in that South Kitchener community.
Through the chair, so this project, we did bring it to Planning and Works Committee. There was a quick reference to it a few weeks ago, talking about the speed, changing the speed limit on this. So we understand there's a community aspiration to urbanize that area and bring the speeds down as it gets more and more developed. I understand also, and maybe I'll call on Steve to give a bit more, some details on the coordination work that's required both with the City of Kitchener and the developers and with MTO, but we've been working closely with them. I do understand, and I know that the team has included in the scope some of the elements, the sidewalk and trail that Councillor Verbanovic has talked about. So that's part of the new scope. It delayed a little bit of the design on this, but my understanding was the coordination, I would say that deferring it by 1 year was not critical in terms of coordinating the different works with the different partners. Although there are many different pieces that need to be coordinated, but it's not critical. But I'll let maybe Steve add to that.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mr. Getsky's correct. There's definitely a need for the roundabout. In terms of its criticality compared to other locations, off the top of my head, I wouldn't want to comment, but it is needed from a traffic control point of view. From the perspective of utility installations, based on my discussions with design and construction, there are some underground city works planned as part of the rehab project, and discussions had occurred with the developer very recently, and they were made aware that there was a potential for a deferral to 2024, and at that time they did not indicate it would be a problem. Now, there are other undergrounds proposed along New Dundee further to the west of Robert Ferry, and I'm not sure if Councillor Verbanovic is referring to those as being more critical. Those are also critical, and those were brought to our attention late last year in terms of needs for servicing to allow residential development. And we've been in discussions with city staff about finding a way to make that so that can still continue to happen, whether it go in a regional contract or go through a separate contract that's managed by the developer. Having said that, though, Mr. Getsky did make reference to the Ministry of Transportation, which is planning on using New Dundee as a detour in 2023 to allow the closure of the Roseville Road Bridge for its replacement. So currently MTO needs that road to be open for that detour. But those plans are subject to change as things progress through the design phase. MTO may elect to move that project into 2024, so we have to work in tandem, keeping an eye on each project and their progress. But I would say that it is possible to defer the project, and we'll continue to work with the developers and the city to ensure that those services get installed.
Oh, thanks for that update. And I'm not sure how, the Amazon, outlet or warehouse, impacts New Dundee Road if Roseville Road's in fact being closed down and traffic studies that were happening and so forth. But I guess I'll just leave my comment that I will not be supporting this this motion. So, Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I understand that roads are can be complex to schedule, and I would defer to Kitchener on how that coordination happens. But I do have a question about the funding. Will this change the levy, or is this coming out of capital? And sorry if I missed that.
Through the chair, so it won't change the 2023 levy. The funding for the work is predominantly through the Transportation Capital Reserve with, excuse me, a small amount of development charge funding, I believe, in the 2024 year. But it won't change anything from a levy perspective.
Councillor Verbanovic. You're on mute there, Councillor Verbanovic.
Yep, thank you. Yep, sorry, it was just trying to switch between different screens. Just further to that, because as I said, the motion was shared with me yesterday evening, so I've had an opportunity to discuss the issue with our staff. In hearing regional staff's comments on it, I'm wondering, have you had discussions in the last 24 hours with city staff on this issue? Because certainly it's made quite clear to me that not proceeding in 2024 would be problematic for a number of reasons. The main point of partially because of the construction of homes, but also the other point that needs to happen as part of that ongoing process is the details need to be worked out in terms of the use by cyclists, pedestrians, and so on. But that's a separate issue from what's in front of us. That's part of the normal work that regional staff do with municipal staff when it comes to boulevard multi-use trails or other things along that area. So I'm wondering if have staff been told otherwise? Because that's certainly not the information that I have from our CAO and our directors.
Through the chair, so I haven't talked to city staff in the last 24 hours as we've been looking at this also kind of as a late motion introduced, but our the review that we undertook with the design and construction team suggests that there could be some solutions to continue to adequately service and in proper time the developments there. And with respect to the scope, again, there's the scope change that you mentioned about adding sidewalks and trails alongside there. That's also a little bit kind of adding a bit of time to the design, but that's incorporated in the scope as we speak, as we understand the need is there.
Councillor James, perhaps you want to expand perhaps on more of the reasoning for this one?
Well, I was looking at kind of all of the projects and what's absolutely, critical in terms of roads and infrastructure, and looking at overall just our spending as it is, and seeing as the development of this area, the homes, not slated to start for a few years, the possibility to push this back. I know it doesn't impact the levy in particular, recognizing that, but again, looking at some of the projects that we have, if there are any that we can push back at that are not critical, and as staff has said, this is not necessarily critical, to defer this to 2024.
Councillor Redman.
Councillor James may have answered my question. I just wanted to hear the answer reiterated to Councillor Shantz, and that it doesn't impact this year's levy. So I guess I'm just wondering, if we push it off, could it indeed end up costing us more over the long run? So if it's not saving us money on the levy, and Councillor James, I totally appreciate the fact that you're looking for ways to lower our tax increase rather than increase it, but I guess I'm just trying to look long-term and figure out the rationale. If it's not impacting this year's levy, could it indeed cost us more in the long run if we put it off? And I don't know who can answer that, but that was sort of the question that I wanted answered.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so through the chair, to Chair Redman,
It is difficult to forecast that, but as you know, there's inflation and other things. I think with this project, what's interesting and unique about it is all the different stakeholders that are involved. There's the developer, the City of Kitchener, the MTO, us as well, and that can actually have a lot of impact on when projects move forward. So, if MTO decides, to change the timing of their work, that would then change the timing of our work, and same with the developer. So that's why we felt that if we just moved out that one piece of the project for a year, it probably wouldn't make that much of a difference, because it may already kind of fall out that way anyways. However, if everything goes according to the plan that we have now, then we would start it. If council doesn't change its mind on deferring this project, we'd start it as we have planned to start it.
Can I just ask, do we have any line of sight on when MTO may make the timing certain, or is that still up in the air and they just tell us?
I believe Steve's going to help us out there.
Through the chair, yes, MTO did indicate to us late last year that their plan is to go in 2023 with the Roseville Road Bridge replacement. However, based on the last meeting we had with them, it sounds like they still have a fair amount of work to do to be ready to go in 2023. So I wouldn't be surprised if I find out in a couple of months that they aren't going ahead, but we have to go on the best information we have, and right now that is 2023 construction, so we need to keep New Dundee Road open because it's a major detour for when that bridge has been taken out.
So just when you're here and there's no other speakers, if that's the case, if MTO goes and we don't have this budgeted, then what happens in that case? I mean, I'm just curious if we don't approve this and then our other partners proceed and we haven't proceeded, how does that impact the project in general, I guess, or it just adds more cost potentially?
Through the chair to the chair. The underground replacements still can go ahead depending on which ones we're really talking about. If we're talking about the ones to the west of Robert Ferry, those could go in a separate contract that's managed by the developer. We're working with the city to get through the sort of the weeds and the nuts and bolts of that. The underground that is within the east portion, which is the subject of the property being asked about by Councillor James, again, the developer indicated to us that a 2024 start would be okay for them because they weren't ready from a design point of view to go in 2023. So again, it really depends on when MTO decides to go with this project. If they do go ahead this year and we've deferred, then everything has fallen into the place like we would expect it to. If they defer and say they're going in 24, then we may have to defer some of our projects to a later year. That's the challenge we're going to have with trying to stay in step with these multiple partners that are involved in this project.
Councillor Verbenovic.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. I just wanted to, again reiterate that there would be impacts in terms of this project being delayed. It potentially will impact the construction of 160 stacked townhouses, as I understand is being proposed right now, which look at what the approximate tax revenue would be from those to the region alone would be about $300,000 a year. So not only are we potentially incurring more costs when it will have no impact on reducing the tax levy, but we're in fact also minimizing our chances of actually getting those revenues flowing into the region sooner rather than later. And so I would strongly advise my colleagues on council to not support this motion.
And with that being said, we will go to a vote on that motion. If you want to be prepared to vote when it's pulled up, that would be great. I believe that it was defeated. Moving on. Next one. Oh, sorry. It's probably appropriate that I just go back. So we've received no motions to amend the main budget, or sorry, no motions to amend the main budget have been submitted in advance. So before we move to consideration of the main budget as it has already been amended, I will now open the floor. Obviously, we've just done one of them already, to amend the main budget motion from councillors. If you have an amendment, please use your request to speak button to indicate that you wish to bring an amendment forward, and email the text of the amendment to the clerk so that we can put it on the screen. When I call on you, please let us know the content of your amendment, but please refrain from any commentary. You will have the opportunity to speak to the merits of your amendment when it is moved and seconded. Once I have a list of all amendments, I will call on for a mover and a seconder on the first motion. We will then debate that motion before calling on a mover or seconder of any further amendments. And I believe subsequent to that, we have received a number of these motions, which we'll chip away with. So we will post the second one on the screen. I don't know, Councillor Schant, do you have a quick question? No. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Mr. Chair. My motion that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo remove Project 43109 for the regional bunker from the 10-year capital budget and forecast. Right now in
sorry, Councillor Wolf, I will ask for a seconder of the motion, seconded by Councillor
sorry,
Craig.
Natasha.
Oh, everybody wants it.
Sorry, Chantel had already asked, sorry.
Councillor Wolf, proceed.
Sorry. Okay, there's $50,000 in the 2023 year budget for this, $50,000 and that's for consultation ideas for design, $50,000 in 2024 for design, and in 2025-26, $4.4 million. What really attracted me first was $50,000 just to get ideas what to do with the bunker. We have already fixed it up so it's safe, apparently. And then $50,000 for the design. I don't see that this is a necessity when we're looking at such a strict budget and so many other needs. So that's why I decided just to remove the whole thing from the budget. I could suggest we could rent it to someone. I'd even give it to the city of Kitchener, something else, but not put any more regional money into it at the moment. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Schant, did you have something? Oh, okay. I don't see any speakers on this one other than I'll take the liberty of supporting supporting you on this. You know, it's on a floodplain, and it has been used to store boats for years and years and years. And when we are staring down such a significant increase, and there are so many priorities, frankly, in our community, especially social housing, homelessness, you can name it, to even contemplate, to think about spending money to potentially, you know, spend $5.5 million is insane. So I'll be supporting your motion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. So when we discussed this before, Councillor Harris, you brought forward a brilliant idea on documenting it, on taking pictures and putting them into the museum. Wasn't that you? Okay, I'll take the credit for it.
It could have been.
If it wasn't you, I'll take the credit.
It could have been.
Okay, and keeping creating a display within our museum to show people that we did create a bunker, and this is what it was intended for, this is what it looked like. Go and look at the documents we already have. So we create the legacy. So I would suggest that we do that.
Chair Redman.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I too will be supporting this motion, partially because, as Councillor Wolf has pointed out, it has been secured and it will no longer deteriorate, so this will be loss of use through neglect. So I will support this, but I also would suggest that it would be really interesting to have staff come back with a report. They have done some consultation. They have talked to the community. So I would be very interested in a staff report coming back, talking about what the next steps might be for use of the bunker.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want clarity on this. So I understand the 50 and the 50, which is very negligible. It's not going to impact the budget. But then the ask is for it to be taken out of the 10-year forecast. So are we saying by voting for this that it'll never come back into the capital budget? Because what I just heard Chair Redman say is she is interested in hearing what plans staff have come back with. And I have concerns of just taking something right off the list without knowing some sort of a go forward. So I just want clarification here, please.
Mr. Dyer.
Excuse me, through the chair. I think from a staff perspective, we would say that if the motion carries and the project is removed from the 10-year forecast, this is this council providing its direction to staff that this is not a priority for council in the next 10 years. That doesn't preclude it at all from coming back in at some point in the future if there's either a different recommendation from staff or a different will of council, even this council. This is partly why we update our 10-year forecast on an annual basis.
Okay, so just a follow-up comment, if I may, Mr. Chair. I support this. I want to make sure that if some good idea of a community use or even a use by Kitchener or the region in the future, that we aren't going to disregard it. And so when Chair Redman says she wants to hear what staff have to say, I think that would be a really good option. But I think at this point in time, yes, I'm comfortable with it coming out of the budget as long as we have that option going forward. So thank you very much.
Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I support the motion largely because a lot of preservation work has been taken to date, and Councillor Foxton will recall the work we did with the ice house in Ayr with a leaky roof and water deterioration in the walls, and by fixing the roof anyway, it allowed the structure to stand, and with time maybe some use will be made of it, but it gives you time, and that's what this does as well. So I think it's a good move at this point, and I think it's a wise move as well. Thanks.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support Councillor Wolf's motion. My question to staff would be: is how long is the restoration work going to last? Like, are we talking 5 years, 10 years?
So through the chair, I don't think I have a good answer for that question, but I can check with staff and get back to you.
Yeah, because it seems to me, we put a fair amount of money into that in the last year or two, and so it'd be good to know that we do have some time to make a decision, that we're just not throwing the money away that we've spent.
Councillor Williams. Councillor Williams? Councillor Williams, you're up.
Councillor Erb kind of took my question. It was more just, do we have a projection of how much preservation work might be over the next 10 years? Since we've already put money into it, would it come up again, and would it be really costly to preserve it in the future?
I'm not sure who wants to answer that, but Mr. Gear?
Yeah, I do recall that having an email from Ellen McGahey that the annual cost of maintaining the building right now in good condition is about $36,000 a year. So that's just the cost of taking care of it. And I think I'll speak to Helen Shamiri Russell about the potential to bring back a report to council on the consultations that have taken place to date, just for council's information.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other speakers, we'll go right to a vote on this one through your e-scribe. So yes or no when it's popped up. Carried. We're gonna keep rolling through them here. So we'll get the next councillor motion on the screen. We'll get that councillor to introduce it, and then we'll ask for a seconder, and then we'll go into some discussion on it. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to move that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo approve a contribution from the Rural Mobility Plus Reserve in the amount of $400,000 in order to reduce the 2023 property tax levy by an equivalent amount.
Do I have a seconder of that? Councillor Foxton. Discussion, okay. Or we go straight to a vote? Discussion.
Just a wee bit of background and explanation. So during COVID, Kiwanis Transit Rural Mobility collected more taxes than we needed for the service. That amount has been transferred into a reserve and is sitting there. So as we come out of the reserve and have to ramp up, it just makes good sense to use that money to sort of even out that increase as we move forward.
All right, seeing no other discussion, I will ask that we put the vote up on e-scribe, yes or no, when it's ready. That and that's carried. We'll post the next one up. Councillor McCabe.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair. My motion is well, it's up on the screen there, is to defer Phase 2 funding of the River Road project. Do you want me to stop there and see if there's a seconder, and then I can give my rationale?
I do. We have a seconder of this motion, Councillor Huenick.
Thank you.
McCabe.
So my reasoning behind this is tied to climate change and the climate emergency, and really I'm looking for ways to divert capital away from road expansion and new road development into improving our GRTA system and transit services. So we all know that previous councils have committed to the climate change goals of reducing our carbon emissions by 50% by 2030 and 80% by 2050. And I think in order to do that, we do need to look at some of these road expansions and new road developments, or we're never, I don't think, going to get to our goal. So this motion would move would move some capital funding into GRT, and as some potential examples of how this capital fund, these dollars could be used that to purchase electric buses. It could potentially be used to electrify a transit station when they redevelop the transit station in Cambridge. It could be used for the multimodal hub electrification in Kitchener. But again, ultimately, the goal is to accelerate the reduction of carbon emissions and increase frequency of transit services towards the goal of increasing service to every 10 minutes across all routes. So further, building new roads to alleviate congestion or perceived congestion, I think actually doesn't reduce congestion. It creates induced demand. And traffic congestion in our region is actually not excessive. So phase one would continue and that road would be built. And I do understand that this road has been on some books or notionally considered for a number of years, but I think in light of ever improving transit system, the building of active transit networks and trails and interconnectivity of that, I think we need to, and the climate crisis, we need to relook at projects like this, regardless of how long they may or may not have been considered, and look at whether or not they do still need to remain on the books. So traffic jams actually don't alleviate, won't be alleviated by more roads. Induced demand is real. And actually, if there is a bit of congestion, that can actually encourage people to leave their vehicle at home and actually use the transit or active transportation system. So that's the rationale behind this motion. And looking forward to your support.
Councillor Benedict.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I have to say, I got word of this motion about half an hour ago from my colleague, and I can't say that I'm anything short of shocked that a project that has been talked about and planning began for in the 1970s is something that would be thrown onto the table today so haphazardly. In all due respect, using a line from one of my colleagues, from the colleague that's making this motion, this feels and seems like climate change policy on the fly to me. Let me be clear that this is a project that has been well studied for many, many decades. And it was in the early 2000s that the South Kitchener Transportation Study underscored the need and the significance of the River Road extension. In 2014, there was approval of the final design after an 8-year-long environmental assessment. Commencement of detailed design period. After that, in 2016, final ministry approval was granted. And anticipated construction start was in 2017. I will note that part of the rationale behind this project was exactly to reduce CO2 emissions in the area due to congestion on Fairway Road, congestion that continues to be a significant problem, and to also provide services in the area as per the secondary plan, and also meeting the sanitary force main requirements of the area. I will note that that funds were originally allocated in the budget for construction in 2019. Construction drawings were made ready for tender. The tender was issued finally in 2020 for stage 1. The tender for stage 3 was to be issued that summer. In 2021, no further tenders were issued, although there was ongoing dialogue about that tender going forward later that year. That did not happen, and staff started proposing moving the project. Just to give some perspective to it, the 2016 budget for this project was $69.4 million, with construction to happen in 2021. The current 2023 budget sees the estimate for this project per budget tables in the capital program section being $76.8 million, with construction, instead of ending in 2021, actually now ending in 2032, some 11 years later than originally contemplated, and in fact, some 60 years after it was first discussed. So it's been a total of about 58 years from the planning to execution, assuming it goes forward on the current timing. This would be extremely detrimental to the city, extremely detrimental to the environment, and quite frankly, as I said, I'm shocked that this was brought forward in this manner. And so I would strongly urge my colleagues on council to resoundingly vote no against this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Verbanovic. Chair Redman.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I do commend Councillor McCabe for thinking big, but I would also point out that really this is a move to reinvest this money, so this isn't necessarily bringing down the tax levy. And I would tell you that growth is expensive. And we all know that the province and the region have agreed to the fact that we need more housing. In order to have more housing, we need to have good planning. And part of that good planning are long-term projects like the River Road extension. So I have been at this table and seen this project being pushed off. And because I don't see this as any kind of savings in this year's tax levy, and I do recommend Councillor McCabe for always looking at greenhouse gas emissions and how we make that a priority, I don't think this is a place to make it. So I will not be supporting the amendment. I do believe that it is appropriate that this phase 2 of River Road extension go ahead.
Councillor McCabe, anything new to add on this one?
Yeah, I guess I just have a question for staff on this, but would just say, yeah, I mean, it is short notice, I get that, but, you know, that's partly due to my newness around the table here. So, you know, I hope you can understand that, given that, you know, Councillor Verbanovic, you've been around for so much longer, but learning as I go. I would also say that climate change policy on the fly doesn't mean that it's haphazard nor inappropriate. So, and I think we do really need to look at projects like this because, you know, as I said before, regardless of how long a project's been on a books, you still need to look at these projects and take account of the externalities, and in this case, the climate crisis, and also the fact that we have ever-improving trail systems, bike lanes, and bus service. So, but I do have a question for staff, and I was just wondering, Matu, if you could comment on Councillor Verbanovic's, like he alluded to the ability of new road construction to reduce carbon emissions. I was just wondering if you could comment on whether that's actually possible.
Through the chair, I think there are multiple factors at play here. We know that every time we increase capacity on our road, it does create induced demand, and that adds to the GHG emissions. But when we have congestion, it also creates idling of vehicles, and that also increases GHG emissions. So I would say that a lot of the technology, in a way, a lot of the technology of vehicles is evolving. So, for example, as cars move to many more cars today have start and stop features, for example, which means that the idling penalty is decreasing with time, whereas the induced demand piece, I would say that will always require some energy to run, and that does create more traffic. So the net impact usually of a new road is negative GHG emissions, but saved travel times for residents and businesses.
Thank you. And I don't see any other speakers, so I will add comment. I'd like to thank Councillor Verbanovic's comments to this. I won't be supporting this motion. This is a critical piece of infrastructure, a major artery road investment that's been planned for decades. I encourage the members from Waterloo to come on out to River Road and see the need for this project to proceed. And
I'll bring my bike.
With that, we'll go right to a vote. And that's defeated. I believe we've got a motion from Councillor Deutschman. Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is further to our discussion earlier about Better Tent City. And so the motion basically is asking for one-time funding for Better Tent City in the amount of $180,000, which comes from the Housing General Reserve. We reviewed this with Mr. Dyer, and in speaking with Mr. Sweeney, the second part is to direct staff to explore further service and funding collaboration with Better Tent City. I think it goes without saying that Better Tent City, and I note that Councillor Verbanovic would like to second the motion, I believe, still. So I think it goes without saying that this This Better 10 City is a model. We're extremely proud of it. In fact, we're emulating much of it in some ways with what we're doing right now. They provide a service that is vitally needed in our community, and with everything that's been swirling around in terms of dealing with shelters and providing accessible opportunities for people to be housed, Better 10 City serves a vitally crucial purpose in that regard, and for the cost of that, I think it is money well invested in our part. So thank you.
Councillor Verbanovic, Councillor Deutschman acknowledged that you'd be seconding the motion. Do I have that correct? Okay.
Yes,
Councillor
yes.
Craig. Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been out to the Better 10 City on about, I think, 3 occasions now. And Councillor Deutschman is quite correct. It is a model, although a rough model, of what is being copied in terms of what we're trying to do with a hybrid model up in Wilmot. And also, if you go on YouTube's, what you can see, I believe, in San Francisco and Seattle, where they have the exact kind of model, but a lot more money put into it. And I think to a certain extent, what we've seen is a group of people trying to do something. And they've done it very well, and they need help all the time. And I'm more than happy to support this motion of Councillor Deutschman.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think any of us around the table will argue the good that a Better 10 City is doing. My recollection of when when Jeff was here, I can't think of his surname right now, when he was here, they had enough money in their reserves to operate yet for a while that it wasn't an immediate need. And I understand via the grapevine that there may be a couple other motions similar to this coming up right after this one that are going to be asking for one-time funding as well for organizations. So my question sort of goes back to earlier, are we creating some policies here on the fly and not looking at this whole thing? And so I guess my preference would be that while I would support giving money to a Better 10 City, should this go back to staff just for a conversation with a Better 10 City to see how we can work with them? And maybe at the end of the day, we do give them, but I don't want us to deal with 2 or 3 more like this if we're going to, and by setting a precedent here right away. So first of all, Mr. Chair, are we having some other motions that are similar to this that we're going to be asked to support?
I don't. Yes, I believe there are other motions coming forward. Yeah.
So I don't know, Councillor Deutschman, is there any appetite for asking staff to have a conversation with the Better 10 City to see how we can proceed with this? Because I don't think any of us are arguing that they don't deserve the funding and that they're a wonderful model and we want to support them. But I'm trying to keep a process in place for us that we can treat everybody the same.
I didn't want to cut you off, sorry.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. However, I think Better 10 City, they came forward, they identified what their need was. They went through that process and they told us it was $180,000. The motion's not asking for this to be baked into the levy. It's a one-time fund, and it's asking staff then to go and meet with them to better define or determine going forward. So it's a bit of a hybrid. It's taking part of what you would like to do and part of what I would like to do, so it's a bit of a compromise motion to move forward. And I think that's a good thing.
If I may continue with the supplementary.
Go ahead.
My concern is maybe the 2 or 3 others that are coming after this and the precedent that we're setting and trying to be fair to everybody and equitable would be a comment. So I'm reluctantly, I will support it, but I would prefer that it go back to staff for conversation with the Better 10 City.
Councillor Verbanovic.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank Councillor Deutschman for bringing the motion forward, and I was pleased to second it. I think we all know the story of a Better 10 City, as has been indicated by a number of our colleagues with respect to this issue and the great work that they've been doing, and the fact that, as I've indicated earlier, it's been funded by the community for the last couple of years. Quite frankly, doing work that we should be doing and or should have been doing. But they were ready to step up and had the nimbleness, and were willing to take the risks and the challenges to support it. I do think that it is important that during this time we do indicate our support for this in terms of the 1 year and allow staff to have that further dialogue with them to explore what that looks like going forward, particularly in the context of us going down the road in terms of the new facility that will be opening up on Herbs Street, and others that may follow in the future. So there is some consistency in the approach, regardless of how they started out initially. So I will be supporting it and urge others to do so as well. Thank you.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've become very confused with the process the region has with regard to funds being dispersed. I thought that there would have been an application process where everybody was treated equitably, and no matter what the topic is, no matter what the need is, and we've seen that there is in the arts and culture that was something that's brought forward, and we just turned that the other motion down and said go back through the process. Is there not a process here that we're supposed to be following? I just find this so alien compared to what we do at the city. So could somebody explain that to me?
Mr. Sweeney.
Yes, through you, Chair. So, Councillor Liggett, thank you. So currently the Community Services and Housing and Homelessness program specifically does not have a discretionary granting process or policy. So what we had done when we proposed the original budget is to essentially make some inflationary adjustments to the existing 2022 budget and some assumptions on funding levels going forward. We were then asked to bring back a list of funding requests that came in mid-year, which is what we did, which was the $1.8 million. And then here we are. So to answer your specific question, there is not an equivalent process for programs like this to go through the same process that Council recently reviewed around arts and culture, with the exception of the Upstream and Equity Fund, which organizations like this may and could have applied for, but not specifically for this type of funding.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Can I follow up with this?
Yeah, I know there's a further response from Mr. Lauckner that would like to add, if you don't mind, Ms. Liggett.
Thank you, Councillor Liggett. Just to add to what Commissioner Sweeney said, remembering we are responsible for this portfolio, but also are the provider based on the funding that the province provides to us. So the moment we stray away from only provincial funding into levy-based funding, these are the types of questions that we have to ask and Council has to answer. So our suggestion is to do that through the process of the Homelessness Master Plan and the Strategic Plan. That's the reason why we don't have this, because we have typically stayed very close to provincial funding. And now, again, we know provincial funding isn't enough. And as a result, Council may have to look at creating something exactly like what we have for other portions of the grant program, arts and culture as an example, and do the same in social services. But that's a very big policy decision that we encourage Council to take through the strategic planning process this spring.
Okay, a follow-up, please.
Yep, go ahead.
So if we do this today, I have concerns because if there's other entities out there who have not been given that same opportunity, I have real problems with that. We have needs all over this region by different agencies for similar type of situations. And it seems to me it's becoming who you know. right? And it doesn't seem to be equitable. This is a really difficult one because we all know that the housing problem and the homeless problem exists. And I just think that if we have that set up and staff have made recommendations, we need to have that defined decision-making criteria and approval process come forward later. But I'm not going to support this, particularly when they have reserve. I believe this group also has reserve funding. So we need to be following some sort of a process. And this just doesn't seem, this seems to be, like I said, it's more about who you know and those who are savvy and professional in going after money, and that's who appeared at the mic. So, I'm very uncomfortable with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Liggett. Chair Redman.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I share some of the concerns of Councillor Leggett, to be honest, that they do have reserve funds, but I would have to tell you, I don't think anybody questions the niche and the gap that a Better Tent City has filled for us as a system. But I would point out that we have many partners throughout that system. And the one thing that Mr. Wilmer and Father Toby and before them Ron Doyle were very transparent about is asking for money when they thought they needed it. And I don't know if either Peter or Craig can tell us. We have been partners with the Better Tent City for a very long time. And I know that there have been other opportunities where we have provided funding. Do we have what that envelope looks like? I remember specifically about a hydro charge, as well as, Peter doesn't have it. Do you have that, Craig?
Through the chair, so I don't recall the exact number, but there was definitely a one-time payment that I believe was made approximately a year ago to a Better Tent City to assist them with some of the, I believe, the startup costs from a utility perspective. It won't take long to look up the number.
Okay, it was a relocation, and I know that we've also helped them help defray some of their costs by the rent supplements that Ontario Works people get that have been staying there. I guess I would just underline again that we have always been a housing first community. And again, the Better Tent City has been run by partners and volunteers, and they've done an amazing job. But they're one of many partners that we have. And I know when Mr. Wilmer was here and was very candid about the fact that this was a one-time ask, when he was asked, will this come again another year, he said, I frankly can't say that. So I think that Councillor Leggett's direction or question about do we have a process for the one-offs is very, very important for us as a council and for staff to grapple with. So I appreciate they do great work. It's not a comment on their merit, but I think it's difficult when we look at these as one-offs during the budget process.
Mm-hmm. I believe Mr. Dyer has a quick response.
Yes, through the chair. So the amount provided in February of 2022 was $155,000 on a one-time basis.
Just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. I would say both Councillor Leggett and Chair Redman already shared a lot of my concerns. I think as well to recognize the debate that we had earlier today, which this was included in that envelope of funding, and I kind of think, I thought at least we came to a consensus of not looking at one-offs and going through a process and the strategic housing plan. And now this kind of feels like, but we're trying to take out, oh, well, this project and that project. And I do agree. I think it becomes really difficult when we look at them one-off because they are doing great things in our community. But as we've already established, there's never enough money to do these projects. And again, it's a tough budget, and it's tough because we have to make challenging decisions. This, in my opinion, will be one that's going to be challenging, but I can't support it because we didn't support the other ones today.
Thank you, Councillor Salonen. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. Just for clarification, is this $180,000 for one time or $180,000 per year? Because, just for one time, because on their sheet they said annually. But okay, if it's one time, thank you.
One time in the motion it said. Councillor Erb.
I was just going to add that we gave a Better Tent City $40,000 in around 2 or 3 years ago when they were putting underground services into their cabins. We helped them with that. We had a special pot of money left over that we had from the province, and we gave them 40,000. So I think in total, we've given them $190,000.
Yeah, it was some transitioning from a generator to electricity. There's no other speakers, and we'll go to a vote. I mean, I just wanted to share, I mean, no doubt, again, Councillor Liggett, some excellent comments, and Councillor Salonen. I mean, these are all very worthy groups in our community delivering critical services. However, we really need to have a process. And so I'll be voting against this motion, but I wanted to get that out there. So we'll go to a vote. And that is defeated. We'll post the next motion on screen. We are going to continue to try to get through these ones as good as we can, as quickly as we can, knowing that we've got some significant agenda still on the budget, as well closed and council tonight. So just want to put that in the rearview mirror. Councillor Erb.
I'm just wondering if I could ask a question. The decision on Better Tent City, does this preclude staff from having a conversation with the Better Tent City to see how they could work with them in the coming year?
Well, the motion's now been defeated, but I think it's further direction.
Let's give direction to staff for that to happen, to work with Better Tent City.
Another opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wolf, if you want to introduce your motion.
Through you, Mr. Chair, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Craig, that the regional municipality of Waterloo amend the 2023 operating budget to approve the request for one-time funding for porch light addiction and counseling services in the amount of $39,000 in 2023 to be funded from the Housing General Reserve, and direct staff to explore further service and funding collaboration with porch light addiction and counseling services. Now, many of you, or all of you, heard Cameron Dearlove make his presentation, and I wish he was here right now to do it again. However, Porchlight runs 2 recovery homes in Cambridge, and these are the only recovery homes presently in the region. 1 for 9 men, 1 for 6 women. I visited the home for the women. They were all women who would be homeless without this home, and it was a semi-detached home with 3 bedrooms, small, but 6 of them live there, and they have staff that work there during the day, 7 days a week. For these women, all of them had been through detox and treatment, many several times, but had always missed this recovery house, which is a piece of the puzzle that seems to be essential in their recovery. If you looked at Cameron's stats about employment, education, about beating addiction, they're very impressive. With these women, they live in the home. They all go to meetings like AA. They volunteer in the community. Staff helps them get their health card, deal with legal problems, get them established. So when they're ready to leave the home, they're part of the community. They have a place to go. They've made connections in the community, and they have a very high success rate. The $39,000 will go to help expand the women's program, and they will be able to hire staff and have, I think at least 3 more women who aren't homeless, who are on a road to recovery. In the our budget, $39,000 is not very much. I know you're concerned about the process, as am I. That's why I wanted to have the $1.2 million and have staff look at everybody and look at it equitably. But right now in Cambridge, we have no women's shelter. We have no youth shelter.
we were asking for some outreach workers. We don't have a better tent city, though we have a large encampment at 150 Main Street. I think we need to start chipping away at some of these problems. $39,000 is a drop in the bucket virtually for this region. But the good it can do, the women it can save, if you like, go to one of these homes, work with Cameron staff. We're getting so much value out of a small amount of money. And also, I think, in terms of Cambridge, giving Cambridge something in terms of social service, because we're lacking. And I know that many of you, for the process reason, would like to vote against this, but I strongly urge you to look into your hearts and not your minds, perhaps, and grant this $39,000. Thank you.
Councillor Huonick.
Through you, Chair, I recognize that the work that is done by Porchlight and A Better Tent City is very good and very cost effective and very aware of all issues. They have a lot of expertise, but I just can't see how, if we can't fund one, what's our justification for funding the other? In my mind, it's not just about the price tag. Thanks.
Councillor Salonen.
Well, Councillor Huonick, you just summarized pretty much what I wanted to say. The only other thing I was wondering if we could get in writing, perhaps, when we do the master plan for housing and homelessness, we look at a process for addressing these types of requests. I don't know if we can get that added to that process at all.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've heard the passion in Councillor Wolf, and I am 100% behind that passion. And I know that Porchlight went through the process, the City of Cambridge's process for grant applications, and followed, crossed all the T's and dotted their I's. And I can assure you they will be getting funding from the city, even though it hasn't gone to council yet. And they have other applications into other levels of government, and I'm sure that they will be getting something there. So my real concern, as much as I support rehab, detox, and this recovery housing, I think there needs to be a large amount of money put forward into this type of thing, that it still needs to go through process. We need that process in place so that our decision making is equitable for everybody.
Thank you.
And I will say that this is one project that I personally will be donating for, because that's how highly I think of them.
Councillor Craig.
Well, I'm going to support Councillor Wolf in terms of some of the things that she said. She talked about Cambridge not having a women's shelter, not having a youth shelter, having detox beds. I mean, it's an underserviced area. And how did it get to that point is probably a bigger question. And so what we're doing is we're sort of clawing back, trying to get back into the game in terms of funding for specific small projects to make a difference in the community. Everyone's caught up in process. I understand that. The thing I've learned about councils over the years is they're never consistent, ever, about anything. You don't have to worry about precedent, because councils in the past have never worried about precedents and will overturn it at any time. So I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about the people on the ground, people that need our help, and the people that are hearing nothing but, these kind of lamentations about process. That's what they don't need. And again, I come back to, why is Cambridge in such a situation? I mean, it's shocking to me when I went around talking to different people and providers in the Cambridge community and the Kitchener community and the Waterloo community to really come to that conclusion that Cambridge is quite frankly a very underserviced area. And here we are. And I think we have to reflect on that And I think we have to get away from the terminology because I think it just it confounds the issue. And what happens in the end is Porchlight doesn't get the funding and can't do what it ought to be doing. And that bothers me a lot. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Councillor Benedict.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will be supporting this motion. I fundamentally believe that as a region, we failed some of the most vulnerable people in our community for far too long. And we are now playing catch up. Playing catch up means that sometimes you need to take action in a swift way in order to deal with the needs of people who are struggling in our community. While I'm disappointed with the last vote, I'm not going to take the approach of saying, well, if this organization that's been doing such worthwhile work can't get it, others shouldn't. And I would certainly hope that others do support this because, quite frankly, there are people who are looking to us so that they can deal with challenges that they're facing and have an improved quality of life. That's the kind of caring community that I want to build.
And with that, we will go to a vote. And that is defeated. We will put the next motion up on the screen. I believe we've got 3 left. Mr. Craig's time has come.
Chair, I'm sure you're all very anxious. So. And when I put these motions out, I didn't really feel a lot of warmth coming from around the table. But I just want to talk about this from a different perspective. And that is, and I go into this, when we had the budget put, I got 5 minutes, right?
Well, you need to get them on the table first.
All right, I'm so moved, Mr. Chair.
And then we got to have a seconder to get them on to get you to talk about them next. So, do you want to read the motion first so that everyone?
Well, let's deal with the first one, if I may.
Yep.
And I think this one is the key one. If this one doesn't pass, the rest of the other ones in that motion won't go anywhere. So that we increase the GRT adult monthly pass fee to $119.50. So I want to start off, Mr. Chair, with my 5 minutes starting right now. That when we had the budget presented to us, PowerPoint budget back in about 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, and I said after the end of it, this looks like the final budget. And I think that's where we're at. We're right back at the final budget because here it is. So, Mr. Chair, from what I understand, the budget today is what, 9.5 right now?
Yes, I suspect we're a little bit less than that. I'll just check with my colleagues who are tracking all of this.
Taking my time.
We're at 9.15%.
Okay, so we're very close to the 9.2 that we started off with. And like I said, and I've said it before, and I don't want to bore you to death, but it was very clear to me on the election trail that affordability was a huge issue. This is not an affordable budget. And I think it's important that we have to look at it. I wish that in many ways we had reduced the budget before we got to this point. And I actually presented a motion, asked council, asked staff to go back and find 1.5. And that was turned down. And I've done that many, many times in the past, where in fact council and staff would work together in terms of reducing the budget and having more information on what they could do. So that didn't pass. So here we are. When you compare our budget to comparable municipalities, and I sent that around to everybody, 13 different municipalities, we're at we're the top. We're the leaders in the group, in terms of coming in at a budget that's above everybody else. So what I'm trying to do is you look at transit and the monthly pass, which I selected, as opposed to a $2 increase, I'm suggesting it goes up to $1.19. And if you look at other municipalities in terms of average monthly passes, they're $128.25. And I think economically we can compare to most of those municipalities. And those municipalities seem to be all right with regards to the levels that they have set. If we're going to reduce the budget, we got to make hard choices, and I understand that. And so I've come back to that again, that this kind of motion is not favorable. I understand that. It's tough. It's not going to win a lot of favor in the community to some extent, but we got to start increasing the revenue on the transit side. You're not going to do it with a $2 increase, and that's the problem. So I think, Mr. Chair, what I'm suggesting is that we have to make some deeper cuts, harder proposals. I wish we could have all gone through the current budget by departments, and I have to admit, and this is really hard on me, to admit that Councillor Deutschman was correct. We should be looking at capital projects also to reduce the budget over a period of time. No, we should. But here we are today. And I'm putting this on the table as a starting point of saying we need more revenue, less money coming off the budget, and try to help people in an overall sense and dealing with a tough issue, which is transit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, so just for everyone's interest, I'm going to read out the first motion that we'll be voting on, and then I'll go to the speaker's list. So his first motion is that the operating budget and fees and charges be amended as follows. 1, increase the GRT adult monthly pass fee to $119.50. 2, maintain the student subsidy rate by increasing the fees for the college pass to $406.30 and U-Pass to $143.40. And 3, delay full or portion of 66025 vehicle replacements conventional $14 million in 2023, and 4, decrease the regional tax levy by $8 million. With that, I'll turn it over for questions by Chair Redman.
Thank you very much, Chair Harris. I guess I'm just trying to wait, and we're just dealing with the first motion, correct? Point number 2, I guess I'm not really sure what that means, but I do know that I sign off as chair on agreements with the 2 universities and the Conestoga College. So I guess I would ask staff, are these rates in any way jeopardizing those sort of third-party agreements that we have with student passes?
Through the chair, so the U-Pass, an increase of 30% like this to the U-Pass would be a breach in the agreement that we have with universities. So they would have the option to terminate the agreement and to remove themselves from the U-Pass program. On the college pass is not, it's a bit different. It's not based on that type of agreement. So, because that, again, that's a college pass that can be subscribed. So that's a bit different. With universities, I think the agreements are, there's a cap that's built in the agreement that depends on inflation. I think for this year, and in the presented budget, we were at the maximum cap, which was 5.3%.
And the vehicle replacement conventional, the $14 million in 2023, can you speak to that, Mathieu, about the impact that would have on our increased transit and service levels?
So through the chair, the vehicle replacement, so the $14 million in 2023 would they're planned to, there's basically these are 13 buses that would be acquired. 6 are the electric buses that we are acquiring as part of the electric bus pilot, and 7 are bus renewals for hybrid buses that had been purchased in 2008. So because of the pandemic, we're already and the lower usage of the buses during the pandemic, we already extended the lifetime of these hybrid buses, because usually we used to replace them after 14 years. So they were due for renewal last year. We extended them by 1 year. So right now they're in their 15th year, and that would extend them by another year. So the risk for these is more, so again, this would be a capital savings on the capital plan, and the risk would be an impact on maintenance. Again, we haven't tested these over how they do over 16 years, but there is a risk of increased maintenance costs or increased operating costs and potential breakdown. So we're not quite at the pre-pandemic level, so we still have quite a few buses out there, but as we're increasing service throughout the year, we may, bus breakdowns will start to constrain our ability to deliver that service. So that would be a greater risk, I would say, at the end of the year, once we did all of the service improvements that were approved this morning are implemented.
And sorry, if I can, just one final, my understanding is it's about $6.3 million per 1%. Is that right, Mr. Dyer?
On the overall region's budget, yes.
And so I guess I just through you, Mr. Chair, and I know I'm taking 3 questions here, just to ask Councillor Craig, would you just, if we lower the tax levy by $8 million, is that 1, 2, and 3 added together, or that's in addition to those? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Verbenevik.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I didn't hear the answer from Councillor Craig to Chair Redman's last question. Can that be repeated, please?
Councillor Craig.
Is it sort of 1 or 2 or 3?
Yeah, we're taking them as a package.
Okay, it's a package.
Okay, but if we pass number 1, are you still looking to go ahead with 2, or?
Oh, I see. Like the main, you have 3 motions. So are you asking?
And each of them talk about $8 million.
So I think the point being that I think you have to deal with number 1. If you're not going to deal with that, then obviously you're not going to support the rest. I'm not that naive.
Point of clarification.
Councillor Deutschman.
So not to step on Councillor Craig's toes, I appreciate the effort and the digging that went into this, but the 8 million is actually a separate item. It's the general operating budget reduction that says 8 million here. So it's not an accumulation of the other items. That's a whole separate thing. The only point there is, I think it was pointed out that one of the professional fees and services amount was incorrect. You had mentioned that it was too high that you had noted here. And would 8 million, the 209, like the 222,947 is not correct, right? What is the actual number? Okay, so would your budget impact then, would you say still 8 million, or would you go to 4 million with respect? For that, 4 million. So your motion would, but isn't that the 4th item?
Point of order, those of us on virtual can't hear anything being said by Councillor Craig.
Yeah, you got to turn your mic on. And
But Chair Harris,
yeah,
can we put the motion back up on the screen?
Yeah, we'll put it back up. There was a point of clarification. I think Councillor Craig clarified that, but we actually are on Councillor Verbenevik's time. Councillor Deutschman, if you don't mind, a good point of clarification, but we're going to get Councillor Verbenevik to continue, and you're up next. Councillor Verbenevik.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank Councillor Craig for bringing this forward. I can support his motion of, or the portion of the motion relating to decreasing the regional tax levy by 8 million. And I suggesting that actually could come from several places. So I did ask staff ahead of time of what the 2023 numbers look like. And so in comparison to 2022, and we did see overall compensation in our operating budget go up by 23.2 million or 6.6%, and other expenditures go from 707 to 813 million, a change of 106 million or 15%. And so we know that we can't touch the compensation line because those are roles that are in place in the organization, and I too would not want to. I'm of the school who believes that's why we have a management group that can go through the lines and look at various issues throughout the organization, non-compensation related, where we could save some expenditures. So in that $106 million, I'm willing to support Councillor Craig's decrease of the levy by 8 million, which is, which I think is attainable. It's not going to be easy, but I also don't want to be sitting here and doing staff's job, which is to figure out where those non-staff related expenditures should come from. So that I will support that part of it, but I won't support increases to transit fees.
All right, Councillor Deutschmann. Maybe you want to put that back up there as well, just to have.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify then, Councillor Banovic, you're suggesting the 8 million would come from the general operating budget and that staff would come up with ways to reduce that? I want to clarify.
That's what I'm suggesting would happen, yes.
Okay, so Councillor Craig's motion then is, the first one is 4 separate items, of which we may want to vote separately on, because you have different areas here. You've got transit, you've got an airport proposal, and you've got the general operating budget proposal. And I don't know why it's been broken up into these various options, unless it was, if you don't like this one, maybe you'll like this one because it's a little less, or maybe you'll like this one because it's a little less.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chair, I think you're right.
Okay.
That's exactly what my attitude was.
Sure.
Trying to get just to talk about it,
yeah,
and to look at what other municipalities are doing, and I put the charts in the back, and what the possibilities of things we could do, all right? The third one I'm not putting on tonight, just the first two, because it's getting too complicated. And like I said, there wasn't a lot of warmth, and I understand that, Mr. Chair.
I don't think it's not an issue of not a lot of warmth at all, Councillor Craig. I don't know why you say that. I mean, as you know, I complimented you for the work you did in coming up with this proposal. I think you might want to restructure to say, let's look at these different individual items all the way through, because you've separated the airport one into motion number 2, when some people might be interested in that. And I'd like to get a little I would be interested in some information from staff on this $2 to $20 and what the implication of that is, because you provided some data showing other airports and what they charge, and are we that much lower, and can we go up? So I'd be interested in hearing from staff about that.
Yeah, so we are on that first Councillor Craig motion, the first 4 items highlighted there. So if we can, we'll stick to that. And I don't know if over the course of the conversation, Councillor Craig, you'd like us to, vote on them separately, but Councillor McCabe.
Actually, Councillor Deutschmann asked my questions really because I'm confused on why we wouldn't talk about like the third motion or the second motion after we hopefully defeat the first motion. Because certainly there's no way I would ever support increasing transit passes to that amount, and I think that's really irresponsible. But I don't know why we can't take these.
Well, that'll be up to
separately.
him if he's got a seconder on those other 2 after we deal with the first one. So I'll if that's that, I'll move on to Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. I just have a question for staff. So with earlier today, when we voted for the 2.5% fare increase, what does that bring the adult pass up to? Like, I'm assuming that changes the cost of the adult pass monthly, right?
Through the chair, so that brings the adult pass from $90 to $92 per month.
Okay. I mean, I'd be open to maybe increasing it to $100. I think $119 might be a little extreme, but that's just general commentary on it.
Councillor Huenig.
Thank you, Chair. For reasons of environmental sustainability as well as affordability, I'm generally opposed to increasing the cost of transit. When I look at this motion, however, it seems that the percentage increases between the student pass and the U pass are far less than the proposed increase of the monthly pass. Is there a reason for that, or am I doing the math in my head wrong? Well, I guess, where did the numbers come from? I think is what I'm wondering.
Who wants to answer that? If that's someone. Councillor Craig, you want to respond?
Well, yeah, just there's still the subsidies that happen with the student passes, okay? That still takes place. Okay, so that, whatever that, I forget the percentages, but they still take place within those numbers, all right?
I don't know why we're so concerned about making those so much more affordable than that of the general population, but that's another issue. Similar to what other councillors have said, I'm interested in discussing motion 2 and motion 3, but I won't be supporting the motion to increase transit fees.
Oh, that's fine.
Councillor Deutschmann. Mine wasn't either.
My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to deal with these individually. I'm just wondering if I'd like to move an amendment to add the airport proposal to this motion.
So,
well, it's part of his second motion, but I'm amending the first motion.
He could add it in, and so you want to vote on these separately and add the airport into and add a fifth item.
I'd like to bring a motion to add number 1 in the second motion and number 2 in the second motion to the first motion.
Point of order. I have a conflict with the airport, so that would eliminate me voting.
We can vote on them individually.
Separately, yep.
So you can declare a vote that you have a conflict on the airport ones and not vote on those, but you can vote on the other ones.
So do we have a seconder for Councillor Deutschmann's
Point of order.
amendment?
If we're voting on them separately, why are we combining them? But they're 2 separate motions, so let's vote on the first one and then vote on the second one. And
If I...
Should we ask for a seconder to his amendment first? Do we have a seconder to do that? Councillor James? Okay, I know Mr. Lauckner wants to chime in on that, so.
Yeah, thank you. I just think if Mr. Regier or Chris Wood could speak to the airport piece, I think will be informative to council.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair Harris. Just a point of clarification here that our airport improvement fee is actually $15. It's not $2. And by, as a point of reference, and we're in a very competitive space here, the London International Airport passenger facilitation fee is $7. And we are cheaper than Hamilton and Toronto Pearson. Each of these airports have their own competitive advantage, which support those fees. But the $15 fee that we charge on a per departing passenger basis is designed to support a very competitive business model, and we are potentially at risk of losing some business to other airports when we increase our fee. So I'd just like to point out that the business plan here for the airport is very delicately balanced to compete directly with other airports in the region. I might also point out that the parking, we actually get very little additional revenue from hourly parking. I don't think that either Chris Wood or I would be opposed to raising our hourly parking rate to $6. We can't expect a lot of revenue for that because very few people park for on an hourly basis at the airport. We do provide 30 minutes of free parking at the airport to prevent traffic queuing on the roads for arrivals and departures, as you might see is popular at Toronto Pearson Airport. And I would say as well that our hourly, our long-term parking rates actually do pay for all of our parking infrastructure and help finance our growth right now. So we see the airport as the current fee structure as paying for its own operations and financing the expansion of the airport right now. this is a partnership with airlines that we have where we're trying to attract additional business, additional customers, and a big part of that is cost competitiveness. I'm happy to answer any other questions if people have any.
Councillor Urbanovic.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Harris. Just with respect to, I guess there's an amendment on the floor. I would just note that I would want to make a second amendment at the appropriate time for specifically number 4 to reference details around how that would be decreased. So essentially, it would it would speak to the what essentially was in Councillor Craig's motion 3, but more appropriately, simply referring to it as other non-compensation expenditures. That would be the where that 8 million would come from. So I guess at the appropriate, I don't think this is an amending an amendment, so I'll wait to bring that one forward. You deal with that part of the with number 4 in your list.
Okay, yeah, we are dealing with the amendment that Councillor Deutschmann brought forward. Chair Redman.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I guess I'm a bit confused at the format because it seems to me at the end of the day, what Councillor Craig is really looking for is an $8 million reduction. Is that correct?
I think what I'm looking for at the end of the day is to bring to your attention that there are other possibilities. And if you want to make amendments to things, that's fine. If we decide, as an example, you don't want to go to 119 on a mobility pass, you want to go on 110, by looking at the information I provided on the pack, I think that's a win for everybody in terms of moving ahead and trying to increase the revenue stream in terms of the budget. With the airport, it's the same thing. We're charging $15 for that specific fee. There's a name for it, which I forgot. And if it went to 25, is that going to break the bank? And what will that do in terms of bringing in extra revenue for the regional municipality? So I'm very easy on all of this. All I'm trying to do is to say, there are options here. Here's something you could look at, but you can modify the whole thing. But let's start putting some things in and reducing some things to lessen the impact on the overall budget.
Thank you.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. I have to commend Councillor Craig for being so bold in his making us see through a different perspective on how to do things. I just want to speak to some of what you've raised in terms of the bus passes, and that I cannot support that. I'm glad we're going to take these individually. But just to put it in perspective for the impact on families, if we have $119, multiply that by 12, $1,400 to an individual, potentially multiple members of a family. We're already increasing the bus pass to $92, which is $1,100 a year for an individual. The question I have for clarification is in terms of the age range for passes. So is an adult bus pass for 18 plus, 17, 16, what is, can someone just clarify that? We tried to look it up and couldn't find that easily.
Go ahead, whoever wants to answer that. Matthew.
Through the chair, so since council moved away from age-based discounts a few years back, now it's just, we only talk about a monthly pass. So we have the distinctions on the monthly pass now are the basic monthly pass applicable to whether you're a youth, teenager, adult, senior, and then you have the Affordable Transit Program monthly pass. And then separately, you have the specific agreements around U-Pass and College Pass, which are relative to your schooling status. Does that help to clarify?
That helps clarify. I'm just extremely conscious with even those that do not fall underneath the threshold. our groceries are going up 11% with inflation. I think that we have to be very conscious of the asks and where the asks are coming from. With the 8 million reduction that you're looking at, Councillor Craig, and putting it back to staff, I think that we are elected to make these tough decisions. So yes, we can put things back to staff to try and find reductions, but I also think this is also our job to do as well. And that is part of this process. So, and working in collaboration with staff. So I just want to add my 2 cents in there. Part of finding these reductions is on us to do and not necessarily on staff, because we do know the public will come to us for these reductions wherever they are. Thank you.
Councillor Huenick, and then we'll go to Mr. Erb and some clarity after that.
In recognition of Rod's recommendation that we remain competitive as far as the airport's concerned, I would like to propose an amendment that rather than jumping from $2 to $20, we raise the airport fee to $3.75, and the justification would be A, that it's still affordable, and B, that it costs the same amount of money as GRT bus fare, because if you can afford to ride a bus for that amount, you can afford to fly for that amount too. Thanks.
So I believe we've got another amendment, but we're going to have to deal with this amendment first.
Sure.
Yeah, we're gonna get Councillor Erb's question in, and then I'm gonna go to Mr. Dyer, because there is some clarity that's required. There is some inaccuracies, I think, on some of the contents of the motion that he will want to clarify, so that you all have the details prior to any voting. So, Councillor Erb.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm having some difficulty again with the detail that we're getting into in the budget, that we seem to be making some significant decisions or creating policy without any background. I couldn't support any of the recommendations on the transit. For some of us that have been here the last 3 or 4 years, and recognizing the work that has gone into making our airport competitive and generating revenue for the region, we have to understand that we have a low fare carrier as our main supplier of service. And so the people that are using our airport are also expecting those same kind of rates for parking, for the fee that I'm in the same boat that Councillor Craig is in. I can't remember the name of it. But we are in a very competitive business with our airport, and we have to be careful that we don't lose that edge, particularly with London being so close and Hamilton. And so we have to recognize that. I think Mr. Dyer reported at the beginning that in 21, staff found approximately $15 million in savings in 22, 11 million, and I forget what the number, 6 or 7 million in 23, or my memory is not the best.
Through the chair, 9 million.
Not 9 million in 23. And I think 3 or 4 weeks ago when we were at this process, Mr. Craig said that staff have done what they can do in terms of cutting costs from the budget, and the rest of it lies with council. And getting into this detail, I don't think is particularly helpful. And, I'm a big supporter of our staff and think that they have done what they've been asked to do. And I don't see what else is left to cut unless we want to be cutting services. And rather than having these 1, 2, and 3, and 4 different things in amendments, I'm not prepared to support any further reductions. And I know it's a higher percentage than any of us would like to see, but we're all taxpayers, we're all paying it. And I'm prepared to accept what the work that staff have done and recognize the challenge that's before us.
Okay, I do have Councillor Shantz on the docket, but I'm going to go to Mr. Dyer, as there are some points I think he would like to clarify to ensure council has all of the information, the proper information.
Yes, thank you to the chair. So just a couple of items of clarification. As I understand, the proposal was to achieve an $8 million levy reduction across each of the three motions. But I understand that the third motion, if I understand correctly, that's been dropped for now. So just focusing on the first and the second, I think the point the point we would make from a staff perspective is that it's unfortunately not going to be practical to achieve an $8 million reduction with the recommendations that are being proposed in either items 1 or item 2. And I think the challenge with item 1 is particularly with respect to the capital portion, the $14 million in bus replacements in 2023. The majority, 73% in fact, is funded by provincial and federal subsidies through the ISIP program, and the balance is funded from the region's bus replacement reserve. Increasing the adult monthly pass to $119.50, using some rough math, we think would suggest a net revenue impact of maybe $2 to $2.5 million, but certainly, unfortunately, again, nowhere close to the $8 million. And then the challenge, as Mr. Regier has identified on the airport side, is our current fee is $15. This is the passenger facilitation fee. Increasing that to $20 would again just produce revenues that would be nowhere close to the $8 million. So I just want to make sure that council is clear as you consider the motions that achieving an $8 million savings on either items 1 or 2 is just not practical.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you, and perhaps Councillor Craig can assist so that might help Mr. Dyer's response. I think the point that's trying to be made and that Councillor Craig is trying to make is that we're looking for $8 million in total in savings. He's tried to create some ideas around how that can happen. I think Mr. Craig is absolutely Mr. Dyer, is absolutely correct that some of the ones won't get us there. But on the other hand, the point is we want the 8 million, and so I think the subject to the amendment that might that I propose to raise later, I think that will. I think Councillor Craig's trying to get at. So perhaps Councillor Craig can confirm: is it the 8 million number that we're trying to get at?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think I take Mr. Dyer's analysis as obviously correct. I'm not going to challenge staff on this, but are we going to turn away from $2.5 million or perhaps another $2 million, even if we came up with $4 million out of the whole thing? I'm trying to get council to come up with some reductions that make sense, okay? And I'm trying to give you the information that you can look at. And I'm not accepting some of the things I've heard. I don't want to get into vast arguments about this. But I think what we can do is, I see no problem with putting $20 or $25 on the airport. I mean, who's going to not go to the airport over that? People go to the airport because you don't have to go to Toronto on the 401. You don't have to go through the Pearson terminal. And the parking is relatively easy. That's why they go there. And an extra $10 is not going to make a big deal.
Mr. Lauckner wants to chime in here, and then we got Councillor Schatz.
If I may, and I'm not sure, Mr. Regier, if we're clear enough, my understanding is that even a small amount could cause the jets to leave. And is that accurate? So the jet, we don't want to lose flair. We don't want to lose the airlines to a competing airline, but is that accurate, that if we increase the fees, that could be the repercussion?
Through you, Chair Harris, I think we're in a very delicate competitive position here. We've got an airport that is competitively priced right now. We're well known for having a balanced, cost-effective approach to supporting the growth of our airlines. Some of our competitors are much cheaper than ours. For example, London has a passenger facilitation fee of $7. So while we're cheaper than Hamilton and Toronto, we are more expensive at a material amount when we're seeing air tickets, selling for $50, for example. The key thing here is that we've established a pricing structure which is attractive to our airlines, and it is allowing us to develop together in partnership with our airlines. And that partnership is really the secret to our success. We're growing. Our revenue will grow faster by having more airline investment in our airport and more routes and more service than it will be by adding a couple of dollars to a fee. By adding a couple of dollars here to a fee without consultation with our airlines, we could very well see routes diverted to other airports in exchange. So I think we need to be very careful that we take a long-term view of the success or the strategy for pricing the airport and supporting the growth of passenger service here in the Waterloo region.
Mr. Lauckner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I hear Councillor Craig's point. I think we have an expenditure or a revenue problem or both. And I appreciate the suggestions that have been put forward and the challenge. I wonder if I could bring the slides up that Craig presented. I would just want to go over a couple of them.
Councillor Craig slides?
No, Craig Dyer slides, please.
Oh.
Back to slide 18. Keep going. It's the one that compares us to other regions. Keep going. Back. Slide 20. Okay, thank you. Too far back. Slide 20, please. Yeah. So when I arrived here a few years ago, one of the questions that I had in one of the early observations was I thought we had a revenue problem. Obviously, I don't think any council would let us get away with stating it's just revenue. So if you go back to the previous slide, maybe it's 21. Gone the wrong way. Yeah. We launched on a process that my predecessor had started with removing tens of millions of dollars out of the budget in terms of efficiency. There's always opportunity, I think, for further efficiency gains. We've talked about the implementation of our digital strategy as one example. I think if we don't do that, we're going to have a problem, a bigger problem next year and the year after, because this isn't going to go away, especially as we grow. When I look back at the previous slide, our comparison to other municipalities, I think this is something that council has to wrestle with. We've wrestled with this as a leadership team. Do we have an expenditure problem or do we have a revenue problem? And so trying to solve a revenue problem by going at expenditures may not be the right route. If council is looking for additional revenues, we want those as well. If council is looking for an expenditure reduction, I think that involves services, just given the tens of millions that we've taken out. So I think whatever this conversation or wherever this goes, if you're looking for us to reduce expenditures, I'd ask, is that the right answer? Or do we have a revenue problem? When I think of the slide that and I know many on council have talked about this, that shows how much we have in our tax levy that the province should be carrying, it's, what was it, $100 and some million? $107 million. How much would that be as a percentage? 20%? So we're carrying a huge portion within this based on the provincial share that we're carrying. So again, I worry, and as your CAO, I'm concerned about going down the cutting path. I don't think that would be successful in the short term or the long term. And I think we'll always commit to more efficiencies and trying to find those gains. But I think this region has a serious revenue problem. And I think as we grow, that problem's only going to get worse.
So I have a few more speakers on the list, and then I will want to get to a vote on the amendment. Colleagues, we were obviously to break for 5:30 for lunch. We've got some significant items still left in our budget discussions today, including the police budget, as well as closed, and council tonight. So just want to keep that top and front and center.
Can we just call the question?
You can call the question. And so...
We just did.
Because we're tired, we shouldn't rush into this.
No, and so, yeah.
I just want to clarify, okay? Like,
Call the question.
I'm sure, Mr. Craig's probably, Councillor Craig's feeling it, but again, it's fair. So I don't know who's up next, so I don't want
to... I'll be fairly brief. Just something I wanted to add to the discussion around the airport, and that is that we've been trying and working towards having an airport and a publicly operated airport that is fairly self-sustaining. And to do that, we need to have airlines on board, and that whole process has been incredibly complex and sensitive. And so while, yes, it seems like what's $5 or $10 to someone who's flying, it's part of a bigger picture in how we've been trying to set up the operation of the airport. And so I'd be really careful about sort of jumping the queue and not letting the airport staff manage that piece of it. And I think I'll just leave the rest of what I was going to say.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I wish the screen would also keep the motion up so we can, as we're talking, we can still continue to see it.
Sure,
it keeps just
we'll put it back up.
Thank you. So everybody's confused as to the terminology there. So it is the airport improvement fee, is that what's normally called a departure tax, or is there a departure tax on top of that?
We don't have a departure tax. I think in other jurisdictions it's called other things, but our passenger facilitation fee is designed to cover the increased capital and operating costs of handling the passengers that move through the airport.
Okay, thank you. So if I could just comment then, now that I know the answer to that one. When we're talking about business class flights, and I'm not sure if any of these airlines serve alcohol, but I can tell you that a business class person is going to spend more on alcohol than the increase that's happening here, if they are, and even not even just business flights, but departure flights to other areas. But I do hear the message about us running the risk of losing airlines or the difference in another airline coming if we they're too high and affect their bottom line too much. So I'm really concerned on this one.
I think that's a comment. Councillor Deutschmann.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what I'd like to do is just withdraw that motion to amend, because it seems to me, and I think Councillor Craig would agree from what he's hearing, that perhaps this is an issue that can be looked at down the road, but not tonight with respect to the airport fees, et cetera. And maybe there's an opportunity once you've consulted with the partners at the airport, et cetera, and Mr. Woods and others to see what can be done in that regard. So you raise a good point, but I don't think for tonight. What I'd be interested in hearing, though, is more about, like, there's 3 items that you had provided to us tonight, and each of them you suggested $8 million. So Grand River Transit, likely not happening, airport not happening. But your third item, which is the general operating budget, maybe Councillor Urbanovic could clarify if that was the area that he was looking at and was going to make some suggestions or amendments or what have you we just focus on that third item of your research and presentation, Councillor Craig, is the general operating budget and cuts there. But I may be wrong, but if Councillor Urbanovic could just clarify.
Mr. Chair.
So, yeah, Councillor Deutschman has proposed removing his amendment. Do we have unanimous consent to do that? Okay, so removed. Councillor Urbanovic, I believe there was a question generated your way.
Yes, thank you. And so I'm really what I was simply doing is bringing some more clarity to Councillor Craig's motion, which is to decrease the regional tax levy by 8 million. And my clarity is that happened through the non-compensation lines of the budget. And so as I indicated earlier, that let me just bring it up again, if you can bear with me just one moment. Sorry. In terms of the 2023 operating budget, 376.8 million of it, and 23.2 million, the increase comes from compensation. I'm saying don't touch those. 813 million of the expenditures, or 106 million of the increase, comes from other expenditures. And so I'm just suggesting that it's those other expenditures, and that'll be sent back to staff to work through that. The 8 million would come from that line.
Quickly, sorry, Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. A quick question on that. Does non-compensation mean to not consider phasing in any of the positions as well?
Sorry, Councillor Shantz. To Barry.
Question
to Councillor Urbanovic.
So again, I mean, the phasing in is already being contemplated in the budget that's part of the main motion that we'll ultimately be considering today. Depending on what happens with this motion, I have an amendment specifically related to handling of the IT positions, but I'm more a believer in giving staff the latitude in terms of dealing with this, and so I would be my intention to move that later in terms of that later amendment would be to remove that from the table, because I think the 8 million will quite frankly give them more than enough work to tackle, and will achieve the goal that I think Councillor Craig and others were hoping for in terms of that original motion around concrete suggestions today. But it rightfully belongs back with staff to handle it in my view anyway.
Okay, so I believe, unless there are any changes, we're going to take the original Councillor Craig's motion and vote on the 4 items separately, starting with 1 through 4, because I believe, there will not likely be a conflict declared because that one was removed. So unless there's any changes to that, I'm going to, Chair Redman.
Thank you, Chair Harris. And I guess I'm just seated with a little bit of confusion when I hear Councillor Urbanovic talking about another motion that he's going to bring forward. So I guess I'm seeking clarity. This is more than 1%. So we're looking at basically 1.2% to bring down the tax levy. And we're asking staff to go back and find $8 million. And we're asking them not to do that in the salary and benefit line. So are we then willing to entertain service reductions? And I guess I'm just wondering, when we turn this back to staff, and this is budget day, what we're willing to accept, because at $106 million, to take $8 million out leaves them $98 million to do everything when they have already taken out, was it 8 million they've already taken out this year? 9 million this year? So I guess there's an awful lot of unknowns. I do support calling the question. I don't support the GRT increases, and I appreciate the conversation around the clarity for bus replacement. And I think there are other things like that in the budget where we attract funding or co-funding from the federal and provincial government, and it would be foolhardy to take those out when we're dealing probably with 40-cent dollars expended on things that are consistent with our strategic plan and our goals. So I struggle. I think everybody has sticker shock. As Councillor Erb said, everybody would like to see this lower. I have a real problem with pegging $8 million and asking staff to come back, recognizing that we are all going to have to live with whatever that looks like at the end of the day.
And Councillor Craig.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Okay. Well, first of all, I guess I would wonder, when I said call the question, are you allowed just to ignore it and go on?
No, we can you put a motion to call the question, and we'll vote on the motion to call the question. It passes,
all right.
And we get to it.
Okay, but we've already had 5 speakers since I made that motion. But
are you going to move a motion?
But my point of order here is, don't we need a motion to reconsider for number 4? Because a few meetings ago, Councillor Craig brought up to send it back to staff to find $8 million, and we voted against it. So, I'd like to vote on the others, but when it comes to that one, I think we need reconsideration.
Yeah. The previous motion he had tabled was asking for a 1 to 1.5 reduction brought forward by staff as suggestions, which would be between $4 and $6 million. This is an $8 million request, so somewhat different. But if you want to call a motion for a call the question, let's do it.
No, I have a comment, please. All right, I'll call the motion.
Okay.
No,
All right.
One quick comment is that.
No, just a second.
It's not. I think it's wrong if people are on the list to speak and she calls the question and they just get eliminated.
All right, so we need a seconder of that to call the question. Seconded by Councillor McCabe, and now we vote. We're voting to call the question, which will ultimately get us to the vote of 1 to 4 taken individually.
Oh, come on.
What are you doing, hon?
I'm trying to get out of this.
Oh, yeah, I tried that one time too. I can't figure it out.
It's a no. Oh, there it is. Okay.
The point I was trying to make, Chair, is that if people are on the list and the motion is to call the question, they have the right to say yes or no. Like they would say, I still have a comment, and I would like to leave it to them.
Which I did give them.
Yes, you did. That's my point. I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
That's carried. We will go to a vote, and I will read the first motion that the operating budget and fees and charges be amended as follows. 1, increase the GRT adult monthly pass fee to $119.50. That is what we are voting on right now. And that is defeated. Moving to the next item, we have got that the operating budget and fees and charges be amended as follows. 2, maintain the student subsidy rate by increasing the fees for the college pass to $406.30 and U-Pass to $143.40. And that is defeated. We
I'm the
will
only one voting in
entertain
favor.
the third motion that the operating budget and fees and charges be amended as follows: delay full or portion of 66,025, the vehicle replacements conventional, 14 million in 2023.
You know, when it doesn't pop up, you check side to side to see if everybody else has voted yet.
I don't like looking at other people's screens.
And that is defeated. And finally, item number 4, that the operating budget and fees and charges be amended as follows: decrease the regional tax levy by 8 million.
Mr. Chair, point of order. I did indicate that that one would be, I would be amending that one, and I see the amended clauses down below it, so I think it would be the amended motion.
Oh, the amended
that we would
motion
be-
first. So, sorry, that number 4, decrease the regional tax levy by 8 million through other expenditures that are non-compensation factors and through the reduction of the operating budget. That is what we're voting on now. I do believe there's a comment by Mr. Dyer.
Yes, just to provide some context to an $8 million levy reduction. I would just ask Budget Committee to be mindful that we have within our operating budget a number of programs that are funded through provincial and federal grants, as an example, and as we saw in the slides earlier today. And so, just a note that to achieve an $8 million tax levy savings, will likely require a more significant amount of expenditure reduction in order to achieve that level. It's hard to say exactly how much because it would depend on, where the, where we would look for those expenditures. My guess is it's probably an expenditure reduction number that's north of $10 million, but it would be impossible for me to put a specific number to it at this point.
All right, so we have an amendment on the table and that I believe we're voting for. So we'll pull it up and vote on it.
Mr. Chair, no speakers. I'm asking to speak.
We're just in the midst of voting, so. And that's defeated. Okay, it is now 6 o'clock, so. Okay, I think we're going to break for a half hour. We'll be back at 6:35. Oh. So good evening. We are going to take an extended recess until 7 p.m. Recess the budget session until 7, where we'll resume actual council, hear from the delegations that are on the docket at 7 p.m., in which then we will go back into the budget deliberations following the delegation. So we will recess until 7 p.m., resume council at 7, hear from the delegations, and then head back into budget deliberations. Thank you.